Well, good Friday morning and welcome to the Union Hall Recreation Ground here in San Fernando for round 2 action here in the secondary schools cricket league. Well, it's toss time and I've got the two captains and the match officials alongside me. Guys, let's toss. Fire's got the point. Jason got the point. Numbers it is? Numbers it is. Andrew? Come this way. Andrew, you wanted to toss here this morning, or what have you decided?
We've decided to bowl first.
Reasons for that?
Due to the conditions and knowing that their last game they wasn't so positive with their batting, so I think we should capitalize on that and have a bowl first.
And how you guys feeling from the first game?
Pretty confident. We had a big scotch batting first as well, and our bowling has been pretty good for the last few seasons as well. So I think we should just continue and do our best.
All right, Andrew, and best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Going forward. Jason, you home captain here. You lost the toss. You've been asked to bat. Your thoughts?
Alright. I was going to any toss, but I was gonna have a bowl first as well. Yeah. Due to the conditions and what the weather looking like, but I think the toss is the only thing I'm gonna win today, so we don't mind having a bat first. So,
you heard it from Jason. Jason, a couple of guys missing from the previous edition. What are some of the guys? Who are some of the guys we can look forward to this season from presentation?
up and coming, we have Levi Ghani, Ethan Ramcharan, Eden Wood, and I think Isali as well. But everybody has been going up to building up to their role quite well. It's just about getting nerves out and players knowing their strengths and talents. So there's a bit of growing to do, but they'll be fine.
Well, very good to hear from Jason Eager. Jason, all the best to you and best of luck in this one.
Yeah.
Right, so news from the center here is that Vishnu boys, they've won the toss and they've decided to bowl first.
Well, thank you very much there to Kadir Mohammed with the toss. And it's, of course, round 2 action in the Secondary Schools Cricket League. Good morning, I'm Visham Lalman for Cricket 360 and 360 TV. Alongside me, Gerard Basu. Good morning, Gerard.
Good morning, Visham. Good morning, everyone. Of course, as you mentioned, this is round 2 action. The Secondary Schools Cricket League usually played on a Tuesday. Of course, except that round that falls within that carnival week when games will be played on a Thursday. These two teams only playing the first round so far, both coming off of wins. Vishnu sit 5th on the table so far, and Presentation San Fernando sits 7th on the table. And as we have the signal from the umpires to the scorers, just about ready to get going. Vishnu won convincingly over Princestown West secondary by 167 runs. Princestown's Presentation San Fernando, I beg your pardon, they struggled to get their target of 83, winning by 2 wickets.
Looks to be Bartholomew with the first ball for Vishnu boys, and immediately down the leg side. But a good start. A lot of wind around the Union Hall Recreation Ground. Of course, as you mentioned, Presentation College's home ground, and we're nestled in San Fernando, and it's a Southland. Gerard?
Yes, a place I always love to come, Visham. It's a lovely part of Trinidad and Tobago. Unfortunately, we have had a bit of rain around the country this morning, both in the north where I'm from and also down here in south.
It's Bartholomew with the second delivery outside the off stump. And it's Riyad Mohammed and Adi Ramsaran, the two opening batsmen for Presentation College, the Vishnu Boys College and Presentation College, coming off victories as Gerard mentioned. And this is going to be a very interesting contest. There was a lot of rain this morning, but the groundsmen and the umpires really did their job and in getting things up and running here at the Union Hall Recreation Ground. Oh, that's a better delivery, but I just want to be a bit closer there, Gerard.
Yeah, you want to make the batters play. Of course, it's a 50-over contest, and there's a lot of time. But any opening bowler, one of your main goals is to get the batter playing, and in particular, especially having slips in position, one at this present moment, you want to get the batters coming forward and playing at the deliveries.
Well, a fielder just been moved across to the leg side. Just to stock up that leg side a bit into that backward square leg position. And Barthélemy seemed to have the nickname Peanuts, number 14. Oh, that's driven sweetly straight to the skipper Rambaran at cover. And that's a good looking shot. And that's more like it from Barthélemy, as you were just mentioning, Gerard. You want to be close to the batsman, making them play.
Yeah, he's made him play. And he up to the task was Mohammed. Not able to pick the gap on this occasion, though, but that's going to feel good for him. Feeling that bat on ball, ball on bat. And quite compact coming forward, getting that front foot out and meeting the ball on the half volley.
Oh, good delivery. And it looks to, from the first 2 deliveries in the over, or the first 3 deliveries, I should say, the ball seemed to be carrying through nicely to the wicket keeper. And looks to be coming on to the bat a bit nicely, but maybe a bit too early to judge that. Riyad Mohammed is someone who likes to get on with things early on. Of course, in this edition of the Secondary Schools Cricket League, no power play. So it's a different challenge for the openers. This time cutting nicely. Rambaran does well. A chance for a run out. And had that been a direct hit there, Gerard, that could have been curtains for Mohammed.
Yeah, really close. He needed to hit directly, and not enough time for the bowler to get back to the stumps to collect, or the fielder at mid-on to come across. But definitely a nice looking shot. A bit shorter on this occasion from the bowler, and dealt with nicely by Mohammed, just leaning back and cutting into that point region. And the skipper doing well to get around and collect the ball, and in one fell swoop spin and get it back at the stumps. So an early chance here for the Vishnu boys.
Oh, that delivery just looking to move away from the right-handed Ramsaran as the first over comes to an end here at the Union Hall Recreation Ground. It's, of course, as we mentioned, if you're just joining us, it's round 2 of the Secondary Schools Cricket League presentation. College coming up against Vishnu Boys. Hindu College, it's 2 without loss. So it looks to be spin immediately. I'm going to be introduced from the far end. Looks to be Lakhan Singh. Aidan Lakhan Singh.
Tell you something, Visham, this is an interesting move, but an understandable move with a left-handed batter. You and I both had a walk along the pitch, and there is a dark spot just about that 4-meter length outside the off stump to the left-hander. And of course the pitch, the surface has a lot of rolled in grass and patches of green grass in between. So it's going to be interesting to see if there's any turn on offer early.
Yeah, well flighted delivery there from Lakhan Singh to start. Slow through the air. And Riyad Mohammed well forward. So there is a slip in position. And so you want to make good use of that. Going to get the ball up just on about a good length, turning away from the left-hander. That's a good start from Lakhan Singh. On the money straight away.
And I mentioned that this presentation batting team, when they batted in their first game against Naparima, they struggled to get their total. Their target was 82. But they were going well at the start because Mohammed and Ramsaran were both on par. Mohammed himself, a strike rate of 123 in that game.
Just some bounce there, Gerard, for the off-spinner, yeah.
He scored a 26 from 21. Ramsaran 13 from 19, so they were doing well at one point, and then when the pair were dismissed, it was left to Jason Agard down at the end to usher them to victory.
Yeah, I remember Adian Racha and Jason Agard bringing that game home. No Adian Racha today for the presentation college unit, and surprisingly He's not here, and we have to receive word and the reason, but that's a good delivery there from Lakansing again.
I made a joke with his skipper at the toss that he's got to send a message to Racha that there are people coming from all up the north part of the country on hungry bellies to see him bowl.
Yeah, it's always a good thing to see that man, Edian Racha, in action. The tall, lanky, fast bowler from Poole in Rio Claro. At the end of 2, it's 2 without loss, a maiden over completed there by Aidan Lakansing, Presentation College, batting first. Bartholomew is back with that new ball, and a bit too wide there to interest Ramsaran, who's just shouldering arms into that one, into the gloves of the keeper. And there's Andrew Rambaran, the skipper. Andrew Rambaran, a wealth of cricket, wealth of experience under his belt.
And as you talk about experience, I just want to go back to that Adian Racha gentleman, that young lad. I had the opportunity to call a couple of games when he represented our national under 17 team. I'll come back to it.
Oh, that's a better delivery. Ramsaran just fending at it, fishing outside the off stump, as you would say. Have a look at it again, Jared.
Yeah, right in that corridor, and a much better length on this occasion from Bartholomew. And again, that corridor, as I've mentioned from the start of play, as an opening bowler, you want to get the batters playing and getting that length right. That has tested these opening batters for Presentation San Fernando.
Oh, a shorter delivery this time, but tennis ball bounce really, as that one died on the wicket keeper as it went through. Wide signal by the umpire, way over the batsman's head.
And as mentioning, Adian Racha, saw him in that under 17 regional tournament last year, and he's quite the bowler. Still very much quite a young lad, so he has quite a future ahead of him once he stays healthy, and he generates quite a substantial amount of pace. A great proponent of the Yorker.
Well, that's a good delivery. A funny story about Adian Racha. Adian Racha would have started playing cricket as a batsman, a left-handed batsman. And how many players as well we know started playing cricket as a batsman, ended up being an all-rounder, more so a bowler. And he would have started at St. Stephen's College in Princestown, of course, my alma mater. And one day we would have been training Gerard on the court, as you like to call it, after this delivery, well driven by Ramsaran for no run. Yeah, and I spotted this young man. I didn't know it was Adian Racha at the time, and I initially went to the coach and said, "Coach, we need to get this young man on the team." And at that time we were playing championship cricket, and believe it or not, the coach said he's too young. Fast forward a year after that, Adian Racha would have made his debut for the championship team for St. Stephen's College, and he would have impressed so many persons around. And look at it today. He would have left. Oh, edging is Ramsaran, dropping short of Rambaran.
Yeah, nice soft hands on this occasion, and 2 slips in play. But dropping well short of that first, well, in between first and second slip. But those nice soft hands from Ramsaran, allowing the ball to die on its way to the slip cordon.
He needs to be careful. He's just fending at those deliveries outside the off stump. And
you mentioned in your story about being a batter first. The name Dwayne Bravo comes to mind. I played a bit of my school cricket against Dwayne when he was in Tranquil, and I attended Fatima, and Dwayne was a batter.
Again, Ramsaran slashing at a wide delivery that completes the third. It's 3 without loss. Mohammed is on 1. Ramsaran yet to score. Yes, I think it's a good time to continue our stories, Gerard.
Yeah, we're talking about Aiden Racha, and funny enough, in that first game, he only took 1 wicket. So when this presentation college team comes to bowl in the second innings, it's going to be left to be seen if they will miss his bowling that much. Really and truly, Bacha Singh and Buru were the chief destroyers when they played their first game against Naparima, taking 5 between them. Racha just the 1 wicket, and Egad taking 2, and a wicket for Isa Ali on that occasion. But 5 wickets for 40 odd runs between Bacha Singh and Budu.
Misfield there at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, allows Mohammed to get through for 1. So Ramsaran will have his first look at Lakhan Singh. So we'll have to wait and see how he goes. Of course, there is some turn and bounce and offer from that first over from Lakhan Singh. We could have seen that. Of course, it's a new cherry, high seam. It's gonna bounce once it hits the seam.
And we've made mention of those little patches in and around the 4-meter mark. Of course, it's going to be on the leg side for Ramsaran, so he's probably not going to be aiming Lakhan Singh for that spot to the right-hander.
And just looking at the Under-19 World Cup, West Indies Under-19, they are approaching that victory. They are 184 for 7. They need another 9 runs from 71 balls against England Under-19. Of course, England would have made 192. And West Indies Under-19, good bowling effort. And now their batting hasn't been the best in the Under-19 tournament.
We were talking about that before the start of play for this one.
Oh, that's a good delivery.
And I was mentioning to you, and we walked out to look at the pitch, that the Under-19s and the West Indies, the senior men's team, seem to have the same problem at the present moment, where the top order is not firing, and it's being left to the middle and lower order. Of course, we expect, as this one just played out into the covers, we expect that they should get that 9 runs, and that second victory should take them into the next round, the next phase of the Under-19 World Cup. Of course, Australia, India, New Zealand already securing their spots in the Super Sixes of the Under-19 World Cup.
Yeah, and when they were, I'm guessing that they would have been looking at those 2 teams, South Africa and England, when they were going across there. And after 4 overs, it's 4 without loss. And yes, Gerard, I would have been looking at that group that they were in, England and South Africa in that group, and they must have been looking at those 2 teams as 2 teams that would have been, 2 dominant teams in the tournament. And now to get over England, that's a big feat. I think everyone in the Caribbean would be happy. It's not over yet, though. But 9 runs away, I think you can consider them victors, but you still have to wait and see.
It's so funny, the Under-19 level. Sometimes you look at the more established teams at the international level, and their Under-19 teams are just a tad weaker. And the reverse is also true for some of the weaker teams at international level. Bangladesh, for example, always have a wonderful Under-19 team.
Yeah, definitely so.
Flicked away. And it's going to run into the boundary here now. In fact, it's going to be picked up by that fielder running around from fine leg. And a couple of runs to the total. Bangladesh, one of the teams, they have won an Under-19 World Cup. And they just seem at senior level. I mean, the great names of Bangladesh cricket, like Shakib Al Hassan and Mohamedullah, these guys coming through that Under-19 level, and they just seem not to get it right at that international level. Conversely, you have a team like Australia who have 5 World Cups, and at the Under-19 level they only have a couple, so it is interesting. So on a beautiful executed Yorker here from Bethilmi, and of course he picked up just one wicket when they restricted Princestown West Secondary in that first game for just 76 runs. In fact, he didn't take a wicket. He bowled 6 overs for just 14 runs. He was very economical. But his opening partner, Lakan Singh, taking 4 for 25 from his 10. So quite a potent bowling lineup. Struck on the pad, probably drifting down the leg side. Of course, from where we sit, we're at an angle, and the umpire is in the best position. And even from our angle, it seemed to be just straying down the leg side from Bethelme.
Oh, a struck flush on the pad there, and the ball was tailing in. Seemed to have been moving in, and that has been the approach of Bethelme since opening the bowling this morning. The ball tailing into the left-hander and away from the right-hander. And again looking for that Yorker there, Jared.
He is on leg stump again, and this time just tucked around the corner.
Yeah, so you just want to pitch that ball a bit more on that off stump, because of course he's coming over the wicket. You want to angle the ball across the left-hander if you're getting it to tail back in. So just a bit too straight in the last couple of deliveries there, but tell me.
It doesn't cost him anything though, and that's going to be a positive from a bowling perspective.
Oh, that's better. That's better from Bartholomew, and that's another dot delivery.
That's the line you're talking about, Visham. Getting it a little straighter in line, a middle stump line. And as we've been talking about, getting the batters playing. And of course, with that angle, he has a couple of slips in place. So he really wants to be touching down middle and leg, middle preferably, and drifting away from that left-handed batter in Mohammed, bringing those 2 slips into play. Well, it's more like a first slip on a fine gully.
He is again too full, but he has protection there at mid-wicket. And Mohammed missing out on that at the end of 5. We'll take a short break and be right back at 6 without loss.
Like many others trying to save on Carnival, Gabby thought she should go for 50% off makeup.
What about the other side? Well, Daisy 50% off offer. So you know.
No makeup artist we don't know. What we do know is the savviest savings for Carnival are at KFC. Get a Jab Jab box, 1-piece chicken, 1 regular fries, and a biscuit for only $25.
Well, Lakan Singh is back, and well, Gerard was looking at that advertisement, was licking his lips. Not sure if it was for the chicken, but anyway, Lakan Singh is back, and a stifled appeal from the wicketkeeper. And not out, says the umpire. I thought that Ramsran got bat on that. It's 6 without loss. A slow start here this morning, Gerard.
And that's testament, I think, to the bowling lineup that Vishnu have. I remember calling, come back to it if nothing happens.
Oh, Lakan Singh has been good. Has really been good this morning.
Vishnu Boy is one of those teams that have come up into the Premiership division. I called a couple of their games last year, and even looking at their first game, Lakan Singh with those 4 wickets, and then the economy rates of the remaining bowlers, Ishmael Ali, Ravi Sunarayan, Daniel Holder, Ishant Rupnarayan, and even his opening bowling partner in Bethelme. No bowler, with the exception of Rupnarayan, going for more than 2 runs to the over on that occasion. And Ali, as this one is pushed into the covers, and another dot ball. Ishmael Ali, who we expect will be first change bowler as he was in that first game, had figures of 9 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 15 when they restricted that Princestown Northwest Secondary School team. So they do have a powerful bowling lineup.
Oh, that's well played there from Ramsaran. Looking for runs. Just a bit under pressure early here, the men from San Fernando. And just looking at the bowling effort, Bartholomew none for 5 in 3. And Lakansing none for 1 in 3. So 6 without loss. Another maiden over completed by Aidan Lakansing.
And there's that evidence of what I was just talking about, those economy rates. And I tell you, the converse side of that is that Vishnu boys do have a powerful batting lineup as well. One of the few teams in round 1 to go past 200. In fact, Fatima College and a presentation Shaguanas, the two teams who went over 250. Vishnu got to 243. But from a presentation San Fernando perspective, Mohammed and Ramsaran won't want to be too bothered that they're not getting as much runs at the start of the innings. It is a 50 over contest. It's not a T10 or a T20 where you start becoming worried after the 5th and 6th over.
But Bartholomew is back. Oh, this time down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire. And
stifled appeal, probably trying to off-put the umpire on this occasion. But yeah, they shouldn't be too worried, because you would expect that as the game goes on, as the sun comes out, the pitch dries out, the ball gets softer, and all the different elements, you expect that it should get easier for batting.
Yeah, that's the reason why I when we looked at the pitch, I initially thought that it's a bowl first pitch, not just the pitch, but the conditions around as well. If I was the captain, I would have definitely bowled first. And we saw it at the toss, Rambaran electing to bowl first, and then Jason Agar as well uttering that he would have bowled first as well.
And then those fighting words, that's the only thing Vishnu going to win today. Of course, we're still a long way out. The scheduled close of play in this 50 over contest around 5 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time. So should both teams batter their full allotment, we have a long way to go in this one. And a wry smile coming from our cameraman Kadir, almost as if he's expecting the game to end early.
Oh, nice on drive there for Mohammed. Yeah, Kadir has been smiling all morning.
Or maybe it's the expectation of the lunch that we're about to have.
Well, we just never know. Never know the reason why Kadir is smiling this morning. So I'm coming with 4 Portugals, and now I'm seeing 2. And Bartholomew certainly looked good. Peanuts, his nickname.
We're going to have to get the story behind that during the course of the day. I look across, I see their coach across there. I'll have to ask him.
Driving again. But you're seeing that on a number of the Vishnu Boys members' T-shirts. You're seeing a Rambo, you're seeing Peanuts, and there's the Vishnu Boys tent. And I think you can see, well, actually the young man, the pink and blue in his training gear, is blocking the old veteran supporter from Vishnu Boys, who's taking in the weather. Gerard, here's Bartholomew. Oh, driving again, straight to the fielder. And that has been a problem, Gerard, this morning. They have been playing their shots, but finding the fielders. Presentation College.
Yeah, and at some point he's going to have to start thinking about adjusting his approach or his execution.
Yeah.
Because he's probably about 6 or 7 times played lovely cover drives, and technically sound has Mohammed been bringing that front foot forward, and just a flow of the hands through the line of the ball, but has found each of those fielders on that offside, the backward point, the cover, and the mid-off.
Driving again, this time straight back. Mid-on comes into play. And a single.
This time you can see, exactly as I was mentioning, a little bit of adjustment in the execution, even as he shadows the non-strikers in, closing the face a bit on that drive, and going straighter on this occasion, and passing the bowler and earning the single. The second part of the adjustment to that approach. It may be a 50 overs encounter and you have quite a bit of time, but you still don't want your strike rate to be 5 runs from 23 deliveries. And at some point, if you're not getting the boundaries, you need to start turning over the strike.
Yes, exactly. and singles are just as important as the boundaries. When time is tough, such as it is now, you need to turn the strike over, pick up those singles. The fielders are very far back on the ring, so you can't afford to tap the ball into the off, into the on, and pick up those singles. Put pressure on the fielders.
At the end of the 7th over, it's 8 without loss. Presentation College San Fernando being invited to bat first by Vishnu Boys College, and a shot there over the Presentation College dugout or tent. And another aspect of rotating the strike, you started your innings with the two regular openers in Mohammed and Ramsaran, and one is left-handed, one is right-handed. So you undermine having that left-right combination by not taking the singles and making the bowlers adjust.
Certainly. Lakan Singh is back, and you can see Mohammed there looking to play the ball straight, more so on the onside, and that one taking the outer half of the bat. He needs to be careful. Lakan Singh has been bowling well.
Yeah, he's pitching the ball up and giving it a nice amount of flight. Here he is again.
This one down the leg side couldn't be collected by the keeper. Again, had Mohammed gotten anything onto that, and Gerard, that could have easily raced away for 4. A wide signal by the umpire, but I thought that the batsman missed out.
Yeah, and pretty lucky as well that it didn't just clip his leg stump, because his initial movement was across to his off stump.
Correct.
And he left his leg stump fractionally exposed, and probably just a half of a chance of going up begging here, but really disciplined the bowling so far from Bethany and Lakan Singh from the Vishnu boys.
One of the rare shorter deliveries we've seen from Lakan Singh this morning.
And even in being shorter, he's gone a bit wider as well, and probably trying to entice Ramsaran to go after him or come after him. Ramsaran still to get off the mark. He has one hit over the bowler's head, and still Ramsaran is not able to complete the single. And he is still to get off of the mark is Ramsaran, and he's faced 21 deliveries. And back to his normal modus operandi is Lakan Singh, flighting the ball, getting it right up under the bat. This one a bit flatter, a bit fuller, and a bit faster. Ramsaran just punches out into that one side of course, Visham, who is now slid over into the director's chair for the moment. He gave you the update on the under 19 West Indies under 19 team. This one driven, and again another nice looking executed off drive, but finding the fielder in the covers, and no run at the end of the 8th over. At the end of 8, Presentation College San Fernando 10 without loss. So it's now official. The West Indies under 19 cricket team have beaten England's under 19s by 2 wickets with 54 deliveries to spare, chasing down the 192 in 41 overs. 196 for 8, the West Indies under 19 team, which now means that they will qualify for that next phase of the under 19 World Cup. And the other game presently underway as Bethelme continues. And straight delivery and a good length. They hit the top of off, they always tell you, the coaches. And well in behind the line is Riyad Mohammed. The other game are presently going on. Bangladesh under 19 and the United States of America under 19. Bangladesh under 19, 291 for 7 in their 50 overs. Quite a competitive total. And as Visham and I were chatting about, Bangladesh, one of those playing nations that always have a strong under 19 team. And evidenced there by that 291. Oh, a well-executed Yorker here. That's about the second or third well-executed Yorker from Bethelme, as the rains have actually come down, and you will see coming in, and you'll see that the Presentation College boys getting ready to bring the covers on. The umpires haven't come off just yet. So the rain of the innings, and the pitch taking some wet at the moment because the rain is pouring at the moment here at the Union Hall Recreation Ground. You can see it on your picture, and the umpires have not yet called the covers in. Here's Bartholomew. How will he respond? Oh, that's a full pitch delivery driven sweetly this time. And that's going to race away for 4. So Riyad Mohammed getting into the action now. He's really piling it on here now. A 6 and a 4. Consecutive boundaries for the men from San Fernando, as the umpires, they have called on the covers. As you can see it there. And it's a sad way to call things at the moment, as the rains have joined us here at the Union Hall Recreation Ground. Presentation College being asked to bat first. They are 20 without loss. Riyad Mohammed on 15. Adi Ramsaran yet to score. And we'll have to rejoin you in a short bit when the rain ends. Hopefully we have cricket and more cricket today. So I'm Visham Lalman. Until we join you back for more action. See you then.
So welcome back to the action at Union Hall Recreation Ground in San Fernando. And good news is that the rain has left us and we are back with cricket action, and it's round 2 action of the Secondary Schools Cricket League, and the Presentation College coming up against Vishnu Boys Hindu College. Presentation College being asked to bat first. They are 20 without loss, and the last 2 deliveries before the rain break, 6 and a 4 courtesy Riyad Mohammed, the left-handed swashbuckling batsman for Presentation College, and he's really now starting to get into his work. The umpire is just signaling to the scorers to ensure that they are ready. 20 without loss. Here's Bartholomew with his final delivery of the over. That's a good comeback. So at the end of 9, it is 20 without loss. Presentation College batting first. Having a look at the batting scorecard, nothing to show just yet. 15 to Mohammed, and Adi Ramsaran yet to score. I don't think he'll be too bothered about that. And Bartholomew and Lakan Singh doing really good for Vishnu Boys this morning, starting things off after their skipper Andrew Rambaran would have asked them to bowl first. And you know, they would have had the opportunity with that new ball to do duties. Lakan Singh being the off spinner, that's him coming from the far end. Aidan Lakan Singh. Adi Ramsaran, of course, 24 deliveries he's faced, yet to get off the mark. 1 slip in position for Lakan Singh. This one slashed away to a backward point and no run. This time he's pulling in the air and over that fielder's head at short mid-wicket, and that's going to run away for 4. So Lakan Singh, a rare short delivery from him, and Ramsaran thumping him for 4. He's off and running with a boundary. Good looking shot there from Ramsaran, capitalizing on that short pitch delivery. This time well flighted, and the keeper whipping off the bails in a flash. Or is he bowled? Yes, he is. So Lakan Singh coming back well, and Adi Ramsaran looking to drive at that one through the gates when Lakan Singh and castling the stumps. So that's the first wicket down for Vishnu Boys, and Presentation College loses their first. Adi Ramsaran, the man to go after hitting a boundary. He has to go for 4 of 26 deliveries, and he is making way for Brendan Buru, the man from the southeast zone. So Lakan Singh getting just reward for his excellent bowling this morning. It's really kept things tight, both him and Bartholomew. And normally you speak about batsmen batting in partnerships, but it's always important as a bowling unit to bowl in partnerships as well. Brendan Buru coming into this match after a golden duck in the first game against Naparima College, and of course he would have had a good time with the ball. 3 wickets in that game, but he went flashing at a wide delivery, and he was caught of the bowling of Aryan Mohammed, caught expertly by Roberto Badri at short cover. So let's see, different challenge for him today in his home ground. Shaw edging again this time, past the slip fielder, down to third man, And Brendan Buru is off and running with a brace. 2 more deliveries to go in the over of Lakansing. Brendan Buru has been one of the youngsters to look out for. Would have had a successful national under 15 trip. That's well defended there from him. Someone, of course, coming out of the southeast zone. One of the youngsters, one of the bright upcoming youngsters. And he defends that one expertly. As 10 overs have been bowled, it's 26 for 1. We'll now take a short break and be right back. So Holder, the new man, Daniel Holder, with the ball in hand. Left arm seamer, running in over the wicket to Mohammed. 26 for 1. Presentation College batting first after 10 overs. And this is a different challenge here now for Riyad Mohammed. Daniel Holder operating from the commentary 10-10. This time down the leg side, turned away nicely. And very close to the boundary. Lakansing seems to be the man doing the work. And 2 runs, 2 valuable runs there to Riyad Mohammed and the score of Presentation College San Fernando. Riyad Mohammed looked good in that first game against Naparima College, but he really threw away his hand, flicking a ball straight into the hands of a deep mid-wicket. This time again down the leg side, so not a good start here from Holder at all. On the line of that leg stump consistently, and 2 runs again. So the run starting to flow here now for Presentation College. Started slowly. It was 6 without loss after 6 overs, believe it or not. In the last 4.3 overs, they've scored 24 runs. That all started before the rain delay. A 6 and a 4 from Riyad Mohammed. A better line, a better length there from Daniel Holder. Very tall man, Daniel Holder. Could generate some good bounce from the surface. Straightish delivery there again. Mr. Gerard Basu has assumed duties of director. He's left the mic running on its own. As soon as I said that, he's now asked for the mic. Fuller from Holder straight to Rambaran. That's the end of 11. At the end of 11, it's 30 for 1. As we say welcome back to Mr. Gerard P. Basu.
Hello Visham, hello everyone. You quite enjoy my initials. And I'll give you the story of that's actually my grandfather's name. I didn't tell you guys that before the start of play, but of course this one, a bit of a rain interruption, and of presentation college have seemed to, as you mentioned, Visham, picked up the pace a bit, and you can see the strike rates of the two batters, Budu and Mohammed.
Lakan Singh, I was just mentioning, Mr. Basu, that Lakan Singh has earned his reward for, good bowling this morning.
Yeah, he has, and I remember before the rain break we were talking about it, where he picked up 4 wickets in their first game. So pretty much he is, by nature of opening the bowling with Bethelmy, he is the strike bowler for this Vishnu boys team.
He is, and straight to delivery. And what he has done well this morning is, as his spell progressed, you would have seen him being able to vary his pace, vary his line, vary his lengths as well. This time again, quicker through the air there from Lakan Singh. And it's left to be seen whether he will bowl out. This is 6th over, 5.3 overs, just 1 for 9. Short and wide, and the signal by the umpire, wide of course.
I think it's not such a bad ploy to bowl him out, given he is your strike bowler. The knowledge that this presentation batting lineup is susceptible, given their first outing, and you do have the comfort of those other bowlers like Ali and the likes still to come into the bowling lineup.
And we saw the introduction of Daniel Holder, and it begs the question really. We saw Brendan Budu going to the left-arm seamer, Aryan Mohammed, from Naparima College of his very first ball. It really begs the question whether or not Andrew Rambaran filtered that, or this time edging his Budu and dropping just short of the slip fielder. He'll get a single. But yes, it begs that question, Gerard, whether or not that's the reason why, Andrew Rambaran would have brought in that left-arm seamer into the attack. At the end of 12, it's 32 for 1. We are back, and Holder isn't back. It's Rambaran who's going to take up the attack from the commentary booth end. The man nicknamed Rambo, the man from the east. And well, the man from the east as well is alongside me, Mr. Gerard Basu. I think he'll be, well actually he's smiling. He's smiling at the moment.
I'm well pleased with the West Indies under-19 team securing their spot in the next phase of the under-19 World Cup.
Well, surprisingly enough, this man who's bowling at the moment, Andrew Rambaran, he's on a reserve list for that West Indies under-19 team, Gerard.
Yeah, he is. So quite a bit of experience having been in and around the setup of that team that is presently in South Africa for the ICC Under-19 World Cup, and those type of experiences always render well. And I remember having a little conversation with Chedion Raymond, the former Fatima College fast bowler. I'll come back to it if nothing happens.
Oh, good start from Rambaran.
And of course, Chidian was the captain of our recently concluded TTCB under 23 tournament, the North Zone Tobago Zone team, the Masqueraders winning that tournament. And Chidian was telling me that one of his goals this year is to actually, do what is necessary, put in the work and the performances so that he can get that call back to the West Indies Academy, because he had a short stint with the academy a little while back, and it was curtailed due to some injury. And it's one of his goals this year to get back to that level by way of fitness, and then of course the performances. And I tell you something, I saw him in the Tobago Dream 11 T10 Blast a couple months ago, and then that under 23 tournament, and he seems to be back to full fitness. And I mentioned that to bring the point home. Of course, as you mentioned, the bowler Rambaran, who's had that experience around our regional setup.
Oh, good delivery. And we've noticed something here, Gerard, is that Rambaran is now opted to come over the wicket. He was round the wicket in the first couple of deliveries. Coming over the wicket now poses a different challenge for Riyad Mohammed, the left-handed batsman. Oh, played uppishly, just past that man at cover to his left. And Mohammed will pick up one. So we are seeing the run starting to flow now, whether it comes in the form of a boundary or whether it is them rotating the strike. And that is what happened, at the end of 13-34 for one. Gerard, that's what happens when you occupy the crease. It gives you that luxury to play freely.
Yeah, it does. And we mentioned that a few overs ago, just before the short rain interruption, that rotating the strike, keeping the scoreboard ticking over is not just about getting the boundaries, even though it's a limited overs encounter, but you want to rotate the strike, keep that scoreboard ticking over. And we also mentioned that the conditions, given that there is a bit of rain around today, we expect that the batting should get a bit easier should the sun stay out and the ball gets softer. Now, even with the pitch receiving a bit of a drenching with the downpour that came upon us suddenly, the sun is back out, so it should dry up quite quickly. And we haven't seen any evidence of, as we call it, demons in the pitch just yet.
Well, a change in the bowling from the far end. Looks to be Ismail Ali coming into the attack. Another off-spinner operating from that far end. Ismail Ali. It's bowling to Mohammed, who's on 20 of 43. You would want to carry on from this start, turning this one nicely into the onside for one.
And as mentioned, he's gotten a start in their first game as well. He got a start, and just getting himself out once he got into the 20s. And this is something, even as we talk a bit about the under-19 team, so many of the batters in the West Indies under-19 team, they're getting starts, but they're not carrying on. And Riyad Mohammed, one of the senior players in this Presentation College unit, will want to carry on as deep as possible. Possibly around the 40th, 45th over, he will still want to be there. And should he be, he'll have quite a number of runs under his belt.
This man, though, Brendan Bodo, he'd want to carry on as well, being the number 3 batsman. This one is driven past the cover fielder. And, well, with the heaviness of the outfield due to the rain that we had this morning, they'll pick up 3. That one just stopping before, millimeters away from the boundary rope.
With good aggressive running nonetheless between the pair. And we always talk about being aggressive with your batting. And even looking at the West Indies senior team this morning, a run out and a near run out on one occasion. Aggressiveness is not always just about the shots you play, but also the part that the non-striker plays in terms of initiating runs.
Well, flighted back to Ali, and just goes through the hands. He'll pick up one there, Mohammed. So this is what we are seeing now, and this is good to see. Every delivery that is being served up, the men from San Fernando, the Presentation College batsmen, they are looking to pick those gaps, looking to get the runs. And that's good cricket. put pressure back on Vishnu boys. Again, you can see that there.
Now, of course, conversely, Vishnu boys are not giving up the ghost just yet. They're still attacking with their skipper having 2 slips in play, and now just 1 slip for the left-handed Riyad Mohammed. So still quite a significant attacking field. Still searching for wickets.
Oh, this one taking the inside edge, almost onto the stumps, and Ali, hands on hips. After that one actually didn't take the inside edge, umpire signaling buys. So, at the end of 14, it's 41 for 1. We take a short break as the players run onto the field with the water.
Like many others trying to save on Carnival, Gabby thought she should go for 50% off makeup.
What about the other side? Well, Daisy 50% off offer. So you know.
No makeup artist we don't know. What we do know is the savviest savings for Carnival are at KFC. Get a Chap Chap box, 1-piece chicken, 1 regular fries, and a biscuit for only $25.
Well, we are back after the drinks break. 41 for 1 presentation college. Batting first, Kadir Mohammed is warming up to go back onto the camera. And Gerard P is back with a mic in hand.
Well,
PB&J, I think you could do with some of that now, Gerard.
most definitely. We wonder, is it the camera that Kadir is warming up for, or is it the Merry Boys season that starts next weekend against Power Gen?
Well, I heard that Kadir might not be featuring for most of the season. I don't think it's any reason with his game. I don't think it has anything to do with his game.
Well, I was about to ask you why you laughed when you said it. The opening batter for the Merry Boys unit, Kadir Mohammed. Quite the elegant left-hander.
Yes, he is.
Reminiscent maybe of some great left-handers of the day.
Well, this one tucked away by Mohammed, another left-hander. Yeah, but I thought that, right-handers are always on the wrong side of the ropes, Gerard. They never call a right-hander elegant. But you always tend to hear the left-handers. You don't need to be a great left-hander to be called elegant. I don't know why.
In the words of Danny Morrison, we love a lefty.
Oh, Puru looking to sweep. Had he made connection, that would have been elegant.
I tell you something though, one of the greatest batters to ever do it. I saw a video clip of him, even at age 53, I think it is now. The one Sachin Tendulkar was definitely one of those elegant right-handers. And even at age 50 plus, he still has it.
Yeah, you can call some elegant right-handers. Ian Bell, that's a no ball from Andrew Rambaran. He's questioning from the umpire. Yeah, Ian Bell, the man with one of the most exquisite cover drives in the game.
Of course, you talk about cover drives and the name Rahul Dravid comes to mind.
Kumar
as well.
Sangakkara, well, left-hander. And Kadir would have
maybe
been
Mahela
dreaming.
Jayawardena.
Kadir would have been dreaming to play a cover drive like that.
Or maybe even the man who invented the dill scoop.
Tilkaratne.
Dilishan. Yes, indeed.
Yes, Viv Richards.
But I'm not quite sure I would term Sir Vivian Richards as an elegant player.
Swashbuckling. I think that's the term.
Well, that's definitely a name. Lawrence Yaga Roux definitely was one of those elegant right-handed players.
Well, someone has just alerted me that Jason Passad is an elegant left-hander as well. So I'm not too sure. He's telling me that I should know, but I can't recall anything like that.
But it's definitely something we always tend to refer to the left-handers as elegant. But there are quite a number of right-handed elegant batters. And even in this modern time, this one just taking the inside edge and hitting the pad, stifled appeal. I can go present day or present senior men's team. Kaveem Hodge, in my estimation, is one of those elegant right-handers. Wonderful to see him get a half century for the West Indies senior men's team.
Yeah, Shubman Gill, without a doubt, he's one of those exquisite timers of the cricket ball. And someone who has fallen off the radar a bit in Indian cricket, Prithvi Shaw. He's someone who can... He has a good cover drive, Kadir. I know you mightn't look at him because you're a left-hander. He's a right-hander.
Of course, in this encounter presentation college San Fernando versus Vishnu boys at the end of 15 overs, presentation college have progressed to 44 for 1. Ramsaran, I beg your pardon, the only batter out.
Oh, this one into the end, he's gone. Riyad Mohammed, as simple as that, spoons a catch to Andrew Rambaran at cover of the bowling of Ismail Ali. Mohammed getting a start again throwing it away just like he throws away his bat on that occasion. He has to go for 23.
I feel guilty, and I'm going to plead the fifth on the commentator's curse. Speaking about the only batter out, now it's 2 down for that said 44. And yes, as you said, Visham, giving it away of sorts. The ball just seemed to stop on him. And again, I wonder if it's one of those patches just outside of the left-hander's off stump, in and around that 4-meter mark, that the ball just seemed to hold up on him by the evidence of how he played the shot, and just ballooning a catch into the extra cover region. And just like the first game, getting himself into the 20s was Riyad Mohammed, and then getting out. And now this presentation on College San Fernando's middle order will be under the pump. A promotion of sorts here for Jason Agard, coming in at 2 down at number 4. He batted quite low in their first encounter.
Yeah, maybe that's the reason why he got a promotion, having brought home that game for his team, Presentation College.
Yes, with wickets falling all around him in that game against Naparima, he held a steady head. Only got to just about 13 or so not out, but it was a valuable and a priceless 13 runs, because without it, they may have very well lost that first game. And remember, this Presentation College San Fernando team are the defending Triple Crown champions, because they would have won the league last year, won the Intercol, and then won the KFC T10 Cup as well.
This time, Ishmael Ali into Agard. That's well defended. He's a tall man, Jason Agard. And long legs, stretching to reach to that one. It's come from good background, Jason Agard. Family always involved in sports. Fast was in his crease. That one struck Ali on his hand and went back onto the stumps.
Ishmael Ali coming in a little later into the attack than he did in their first game against Princestown West. Of course, behind Lakan Singh, he was the other pick of the bowlers, 3 for 15 from just 9 overs. He's already have one in the bag. All important wicket so far of Riyad Mohammed, one of the senior players in the presentation unit.
Agard off the mark. That's good from the skipper.
Yeah, searching here is Ali for his second scalp. And tossing the ball up and pushing it right up under the batter. But Agard up to the challenge. And that all-important first run get you off of the mark. Would settle the nerves somewhat. There's one right up under the batter yet again from Ali. And that dot ball brings us to the end of the 16th over. At the end of 16, Presentation College San Fernando are 45 for 2. And no scores just yet, as we see a shot there of under 17 and national player Adian Ratcha, who we have spoken about quite a bit at the start of this encounter. And I must say, I'm a bit disappointed not to see him today, but it is a long season, the secondary schools cricket season, so I bet before time I will get to see him live in action again, and to see what developments have come in his game over the last year since I called, the last 8 months since I called a game with him in it.
Yeah, it's really developed over the years, and in the last 3 years he has not only developed and in his game of cricket, but he's developed physically. Since a couple of years ago he was a short man, Gerard, and now he is a tall, lanky opening bowler. And of course he has a lot of cricket nowadays to play. He said that he also participated in that practice game, the Red Force practice game, that they played against Mary Boys. And of course, he is doing some net bowling work with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team before they head off to St. Kitts next week for the regional 4-day tournament, which starts on the 7th of February. This time, Agard looking to sweep. Wide signal by the umpire, and that's good, smart batting. Brendan Boodoo spotting the opportunity for a run, calling his skipper through.
Yeah, and almost like a broken record, we have spoken about that turning over of the strike. Just to go back to Adrian Racha and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, of course, a couple of our fast bowlers, the Trinidad and Tobago fast bowlers, like Jaden Seals, the regular fast bowlers, with injury, it opens the door for some of the younger ones like Adrian Racha to put their hand up and their name in the hat for national selection.
Too short, too wide, crashed away by Brendan Boodoo for 4. Is it? No, just pulled in there by Lakan Singh. So that's 2 runs to Boodoo. Yeah, and you mentioned opening the door for these youngsters, and also I know Liam Mamchan would have been doing some net bowling work and training with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team as well. Yeah, Mamchan, Adrian Racha, all of these guys. So it's good to see that, you know, they are always being involved in the national training, and whenever they are called up for that responsibility. This time, Boodoo is sweeping behind square leg, and it goes into the boundary now for 4. So his first boundary, and the 50 comes up as well for Presentation College. They move on to 53 for 2. That's a good looking shot, Jared.
Not a good start at all from Madri. He's 2 balls in and has been wayward, to say the least. He's been wide outside the off stump and then wide down the leg side, and on both occasions paying the price. And of course, there was his first ball that was called a wide, which was down the leg side. So down the leg side, wide on the offside, and then down the leg side again. Well executed sweep shot nonetheless.
This time he goes in the air over mid off and gets 1.
I tell you something, there was a half of a chance there. The middle fielder was interested for a moment. The ball just seemed to hang in the air just fractionally, even as he held the pose, did Boodoo. Didn't make full connection on it, and could have easily been a catch by the mid-off fielder, who is now swapped places and has gone across to mid-on for a taller player.
Oh, that's a good delivery. I could come back there from Madri, who didn't have the best of starts, as you mentioned. Zachary Madri.
And this is the first time he's getting a chance to bowl in this tournament, is Madri. Wasn't called upon in the previous game.
This time pushed into the offside for 1 by skipper Agard. And Agard is another one of the fast bowlers who have really developed over the years. Jason Agard, the left arm seamer.
Another one that comes to mind, as we see a hint of turn on that last delivery, even though it was a bit shorter. Another one that comes to mind, Fariz Ali, who is now playing with a Presentation Shagwanas as we come to the end of the 17th over, 55 for 2 Presentation San Fernando. And I got to see Fariz Ali live, both with the under-17 team last year, the national under-17 team, but I saw him live in this edition of the Secondary Schools Cricket League earlier this week, and he seemed to be developing quite well. Is Fariz Ali. He swung the ball quite a bit in that first encounter between Fatima College and Presentation College Shagwanas, and he created some problems for those opening batters from Fatima College. So yet another young fast bowler. All these names that you'll want to keep in the back of your mind, who will be in future or not too distant future part of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force setup, and hopefully one day the West Indies senior men's team in different formats.
Yes, certainly. This one turned away by Egad for one. So keeping the scoreboard ticking, most importantly here, these two batsmen.
And of course, we were chatting about these young lads and that desire, as I alluded to with that discussion with Chedi and Raymond, and it's so refreshing to hear them talk about that desire.
This one driven away. Yes, Gerald, as you're mentioning, you know, speaking to Adian Ratcha as well, and you speak about that desire to take that next step, and it's always important when you are getting these opportunities. You can't afford to lay back and expect it to happen for you and say, hey, it's going for me, let it continue to go. You need to continue to develop. You're never too old to learn and to gain experience.
Yeah, and your stories about Adian and his humble beginnings. This one a full toss, just punched back to Ali. And it doesn't matter what type of beginnings you have, it's all about that development, as evidenced by Shema Joseph.
Shema Joseph, being just a couple of years ago, being a security officer. Now he's playing Test cricket for the West Indies in Australia.
And picking up a fifer on debut for the West Indies men's senior team, who are showing quite the fight in Australia.
And what better way to start your career as a bowler in Test cricket, or a chance for a run out. Puru leaving home a bit too early this morning and just getting back home in time. And at the end of 18 is 56 for the loss of 2. And yeah, what better way to start your Test career as a bowler and picking up Steve Smith as your very first wicket on your very first ball.
Yeah, and then of course in this Test match, accounting for Alex Carey when he was going guns blazing. But some world-class players as part of his wickets list so far. Of course, surprising World Test Cricketer of the Year 2023, Usman Khawaja, with a bouncer when the game was all but finished.
Yeah.
Just one run to go, and never want to see a player being hit as Khawaja was, but putting him into concussion protocol. The scare for Australia is that he may not have started this Test match, but thankfully he's all but well now. As Madrid continues from the Tash up end, where we sit in the commentary tent. Dot ball to start this his second over.
Surprising that Rambaran has come out of the attack short, wide. And had he left that there, that would have certainly been a wide delivery.
Yeah, I think his trigger movement caused that shot, because he was looking to back away initially and then realized it was that wide and his eyes lit up. But he was already backed away too far. Couldn't make full connection, but it was there to hit.
This time sweeping is Agard, and that could race away for 4. Yes, it does. Agard earns his first boundary of the morning. It's 60 for 2. Presentation College, a lovely shot.
Following in the footsteps of his partner, sweeping with conviction, and wide open spaces behind the square on that leg side. So once you hit it and made full connection, you would have earned the full value for runs as the field starts to dry out in the now almost midday sunshine here in Union Hall, San Fernando, South Trinidad. And that has ensured that the run rate has now crept up over 3 to the over.
What a lovely delivery. Lovely delivery.
That's the line, that's the length. And you can see, again, just a hint of a turn there on that one from Madrid. And of course, you want to get his pace right as well. Allow that ball to spin.
Edging and dropping short of that slip fielder. Thought that slip fielder was a bit wide as well.
In fact, I don't think it dropped short. I think it went just wide of him, in that gap between him and the wicketkeeper.
Let's have a look again.
Of course, we have the benefit of the replay. It did drop short.
Yep.
A regulation first slip would have seen Vishnu boys pick up their third wicket and put Presentation College San Fernando under even more pressure. but albeit a chance goes a begging. We can see that that slip fielder has just made a half of a step to his right.
This time a full pitch delivery driven to mid-on, and Egad is through for the single. That completes 19. It's 63 for 2. And I was just sent a photo that was in the Express newspaper, and Adian Racha running in past Shannon Gabriel on the first day of that 3-day warm-up match at the National Cricket Centre. And that's a lovely place for a commentary booth, Gerard Basso.
And the cameraman as well. Maybe we should go knock on the door and find out.
Well, I don't think you need to knock on the door. It looks to be open. You walk right in. Say good morning.
You South people, I am not accustomed to this type of behavior.
We are welcoming people.
Well, there you go.
South.
As Ali is welcomed back into the attack. And Ali figures of 1 for 8 so far from his 3 overs. And again, that economy rate so immaculate from many of the Vishnu boys bowlers. One of the things a presentation wants to be aware of, so this one is just pushed into the offside again, a no run. One of the things they want to be aware of is that Vishnu boys have employed their spinners for the better part of the last 10 overs, and that has meant that the overs are going by pretty quickly.
Yeah, and at the moment, you have to appreciate the way in which they've went about things, Presentation College after that first 6 overs. The first 6 overs, they were 6 without loss. Now they are 63 for 2. In the next 13.3 overs, you would have seen some 57 runs scored, and that's good. That's good going. That was on the back of Riyad Mohammed as well, and now Budu and Egad taking up that mantle. Budu seems to be needing something, some water, looks like. In the air again, past that slip fielder, and there's been a couple misses at slip. I have to tell you that. A couple chances going a begging in that slip region on both ends, Gerard.
Yeah, and will they be made to pay for it? Of course, Presentation College and the likes of Egad, Budu, and those to come, they will want to ensure that those chances and half chances, those are things that you can't control. That's in the control of the fielding team, but you want to make it count.
And looking at the ILT 20 after 20 overs here at the Union Hall Recreation Ground, Presentation College, San Fernando. They are 65 for 2. We'll take a short break and be right back with more action.
Like many others trying to save on Carnival, Gabby thought she should go for 50% off makeup.
What about the other side? Well, Daisy 50% off offer. So you know.
No makeup artist we don't know. What we do know is the savviest savings for Carnival are at KFC. Get a Jab Jab box, 1-piece chicken, 1 regular fries, and a biscuit for only $25.
So Zachary Madry has been trusted with another over. Has been a bit on the expensive side since coming into the attack. 17 runs coming from his 2 overs. Now seeing a long on fielder in position in the form of Daniel Holder. 2 short and 2 wide again from Madry. He has not really found his radar, and he's not gotten that radar right this morning. Oh, lovely delivery this time from Madry. He's been inconsistent, you have to say. When he's been good, he's been good. You have to give him credit. And, I was mentioning earlier that ILT 20 that's going on. You're seeing MI Emirates taking on Sharjah Warriors at the moment. 143 for 5. MI Emirates, the Mumbai Indians Emirates. Oh, lovely from the left arm orthodox bowler, Zachary Madri. That's where he wants to be. That's where he wants to really make his home. He wants to live on that spot. Draw the batsman forward. Get that ball turning away. Oh, again. That's more like it. That's more like it from Madri. Nicholas Puran for the MI Emirates. He's on 15 of 18. Kushal Pereira had 42. And Andre Fletcher, Spiceman, had 42 as well. Tim David went for 20 of 16. A wicket apiece for Chris Wokes, Daniel Sams, Maish Tikshana, and Mohammad Jardullah. In the air and just wide of Andrew Rambaran, diving away to his left. 67 for 2. Agard pushing at that one. Just needs to play with a bit softer hands here, Jason Agard. There's that odd delivery that's bouncing and turning. Oh, again uppish. And just short of Rambaran. That's the end of 21. At the end of 21, it's 67 for 2. Mohammed had 23. Buru, he's not out on 16. And Agard, he's on 12. .67 for 2. Presentation College being asked to bat first. By Kyle Kisundat. Good morning, Kyle.
Yeah, good morning, good morning.
I've been playing some cricket in and around. Here's Ishmael Ali. This one edging past that second slip for a single. What do you make of this morning's proceedings? I've seen you here all morning since the start of the game. You'd have been here, you'd have seen the rainfall as well that we would have had. The outfield was a bit wet. What do you make of this morning's proceedings?
You know, just watching the game there. The men and them bowling good.
This time he got just thumping this one away on the onside. Yeah, and you'd have seen some good bowling from Bartholomew and Lakan Singh at the start, and you would know a number of these guys, Ishmael Ali, and these guys was really Ishmael Ali picking up a wicket as well. So you know, Brendan Buru, someone who would have played under 15 cricket, and he is now moving on. You know, and the wealth of experience that you have had as well, Kyle, you know, I'm sure you would have rubbed shoulders with many of these guys here. I should say that they would have rubbed shoulders with you.
Yeah, yeah. You know, play with them men right through, yeah, have a understanding of them, so, you know, with the strength, with the weakness, so as Ishmael, you know, bowling to them, he does know the weakness, you know, so you go try your best to hold them.
And how's things going for Kyle Kisundat
You know,
of recent times?
so far, so good, you know.
I've seen you scoring that brilliant 100 in the under 23 Cup, Kyle. That was a great 100 in your home ground in Prisal.
Yeah, yeah.
And sure you would have been a proud man after scoring that century.
Yeah, good feeling, a good feeling.
And You know, you would have been called up for that North South Classic as well, and that must have been a good time. I mean, to rub shoulders as well with those experienced
Yeah, it
players.
was a good experience, playing well, they are wrongly set up with them men.
This time, a chance being offered to Brendan Boodoo, and he's looking to be a bit aggressive now. We are into the partnership going up to 30 or 41 deliveries, and maybe you can elaborate a bit on that there, Kyle. You know, how was that experience in the North South Classic? You know, you didn't feature, but you were there, and the most important thing, you were able to gain the advice from these guys and so on. How was that experience?
The experience is really good to be around them, man, because they had the experience already. They know that I going through the experience, so it always good to ask. You must ask them fellas. I always ask Jason about when he go to bat how he does set up his game
Yeah.
plan. Yeah, and you give me one or two ideas. Yeah.
Well, that's important. That's very important. And, you know, as well, we've seen a sort of a change in your game as well. Normally, you start a bit aggressively,
Yeah.
Kyle, and now, you know, in that innings in the under 23 Cup where you scored that 100, you know, we really saw a different Kyle Kisun that in that game.
Yeah, well, while you're playing, the experience will come in. You gotta start to understand your game. Higher you go, harder the cricketers get.
Yeah, definitely so. And it always, you know, you're never too old to learn and to gain experience. And it's always very important to, you know, garner that experience. And this one slashed away by Brendan Puru for one. And who is your money on today in this match? Vishnu Boys or Presentation College? And you're a Naps man, you know.
Um, Probably Vishnu boys.
Probably Vishnu Boys.
Yeah.
So, alright. Zachary Marjorie has not had the best of starts to his spell. He's still being used by Andrew Rambran. I'm surprised that Rambran didn't continue with the ball in hand.
Well, I know well, Ramaran experienced bowler, Ishmael experienced bowler, so he kept bowl the two best bowler at the same time.
Definitely.
So you had to give him 1-1.
Ishmael Ali has been really good thus far in that first game. He was able to pick up 3 wickets, a missed field. Luckily there, the batsman didn't go through for a single. But Marjorie has been too short, too wide at times. One slip still in position. So it's good to see Andrew Rambaran still attacking with that slip in position. Some turn and some bounce on offer there from Marjorie. And a guy like Andrew Rambaran, who is playing for Vishnu Boys, you know, who would have had all that wealth of experience in the North South Classic as well in the under 19 setup, a reserve for the West Indies under 19 team, Kyle. Someone like a Marjorie, a left arm orthodox spinner. It's always good to have someone like Andrew Rambaran at the helm giving you that advice as well.
Yeah, that's true.
This one slashed away. Didn't go to the boundary, so Agard picking up 1 at the end of 23. It's 76 for 2. We want to thank you for your time, Kyle. And saying that, we'll take a short break and be right back. Well, a stylish batsman leaves the commentary booth, and a not too stylish batsman comes in to the commentary booth. And he's not well known as well. It's Gerard P. Basso, also known as PB&J, also known as Juan Pablo. 77 for 2, and Rambaran is back.
Hello Visham, hello everyone. I'm not quite sure how many names I will end up with by the end of the day. And just as we're not sure how many runs a Presentation College will end up with at the end of their 50 overs, coming up quickly on that halfway mark of their innings. 23.3 overs already in. And just 77 on the board. Full toss. Driven straight to the man at long off.
78 for 2, Gerard. It's a period here now. We're approaching the halfway stage of the innings. You know, as a coach, what would be your message going out to the batting unit? I think Vishnu boys, they're in control at the moment.
Yeah, I hasten to agree with you. As soon as punched down to long on, the fielder not exactly at long on, probably about 3/4 of a way back to the boundary. But I think I want to agree with you. It's just slightly in the favor of Vishnu boys at present. I'll tell you why after this one. Down to long off again. Misfield allows them the thought of coming back for a run. Just the thought, and that brings us to the end of the 24th over. 1 over to go before the halfway mark. And it's 80 for 2. Presentation boys, Presentation College San Fernando being put in to bat by Vishnu boys. And this one is swinging, looking for the sweep shot, struck on the pad, pretty adjacent from our vantage point. And there's that third wicket as we've come now to the end of the 24th over. So definitely now I can agree with you that the Vishnu boys are in control of this one. And that thought of the second run on the previous delivery, I was going to answer your question with that. As a coach, you would probably want to advise them, don't lose any more wickets, but be alert to things like that and keep that scoreboard ticking over, because that's what's got you your run rate from 1 and 1.25 in the opening power play to now 3.5, just under 3.5 as we approach the halfway mark in the innings. This one looking for that sweep shot and not executing well on that occasion, and paying the price at Jason Agard. And again, another batter getting a start for Presentation College and not carrying on, and that's going to be the worry for them. A brittle batting lineup, as we've mentioned many a time, based on their first game.
Well, we all know now who won the skipper's battle. Rambaran picking up Agard on that occasion. And there's Mr. David Papa Williams in the Vishnu boys tent, just having a word with one of the members of the Vishnu boys team. It's good to see him around as well, Mr. David Williams.
And I've loved the fact that Mr. Williams has, after his playing days, invested so much time. Of course, arguably one of the best wicketkeepers to ever play for the West Indies, and definitely in an era where you had to be a wicketkeeper. Those balls hitting your hand at 90, 95 miles an hour. The likes of Curtly Ambrose and the back end of men like Malcolm Marshall and the likes. And as we go into the 25th over, this one cut away down to that point boundary, just one on offer. And he spent quite a lot of time developing the youths here in Trinidad and Tobago. Has been in and around our national under-19 setup, has been in and around our under-17 setup. It's always lovely to catch up with the man himself.
Yeah, well, both him and Mr. Kelvin Williams as well. Mr. Kelvin Williams, a fast bowling coach, spent guys like Adrian Racha and Jason Agard, and these guys would have been, you know, under the watch of Mr. Kelvin Williams in recent times. These guys doing human service for Trinidad and Tobago cricket. Mr. Kelvin Williams and Mr. David Williams.
Yeah, and even on a broader perspective, we had some clips shown on 360 TV earlier in the week of the great Andy Montgomery Roberts and Sir Isaac Vivian Richards interacting with the youths as an appeal for a stumping on this occasion, but safely in his ground. Yeah, two of the greats of the game interacting with the younger ones in the Broward Cricket County ground in Broward County in Miami. And I always love to see how they teach the game and the wealth of knowledge that they have.
And Madry, coming back to this game here, you know, Madry has been too short and too wide, Gerard. And I think we should note that. I think Andrew Ramber and his coach as well would note that. Too short, too wide, and at times when he's pitched the delivery on about that middle and off stump, ball turning away, he has been really good. That seems to be his quicker delivery.
Yeah, in the midst of the wides and the straying down the leg side where he's been swept for runs or too short and wide outside that off stump and being cut away. In the midst of all of that, we have a handful of beautiful deliveries he's bowled.
Yep. Just like that.
There you go. And hands on head tells you exactly that. At the end of the 25th over, the halfway mark in the presentation College San Fernando batting innings, being invited to bat by Vishnu boys. They are 83 for 3. We're going to take a short break. And when we get back, more action.
Like many others trying to save on Carnival, Gabby thought she should go for 50% off makeup.
What about the other side? Well, Daisy 50% off offer. So you know.
No makeup artist we don't know. What we do know is the savviest savings for Carnival are at KFC. Get a Jab Jab box, 1-piece chicken, 1 regular fries, and a biscuit for only $25.
So we welcome you back here to the Union Hall Recreation Ground in San Fernando as Andrew Rambaran continues this one just punched into the onside, and there's no run. Andrew Rambaran just 9 runs from his initial 3 overs, and that a wicket. And Kisundath comes in beside me, the Colonel's a commentator for the day. This one driven, and one bounce out to that field at a cover. This one turned just short of that slip fielder. Of course, Kyle Kisundat, no stranger to age group cricket.
Brandon has been playing with a lot of soft hands.
Of course, Kyle, you would have played alongside and against many of the players here on show, not just at this game, but of course across the SSCL. And how do you see this one panning out?
It's a 50-50 with the two teams, you know. The sides look good even, so it could be a good game.
I want to put you on the spot here a bit. Let's say you're out there. Let's say instead of Gani, you're out there with Budu. You've just come to the crease. Your team has just lost a wicket. current run rate of a 3.21. You have in the back of your mind as we come to the end of the 26th over, 83 for 3 now, and you have in the back of your mind that your team struggled to get 80 odd in their first game. What's going to be your approach like batting with someone like Budu?
Well, for me, I don't know. Budo is in already, you know, he's set. So I'll try to rotate the strike as much as possible, give him the better chance, you know, and just try to get set. Then after I start to take it from there.
Of course, the bowlers of Vishnu College definitely in control of this one. That last over from Rambaran and a maiden over. So the pressure really being applied here. So I'm going to put you on the spot again, and let's say you're young Madri and you've gone for a few runs. One of the few bowlers that's gone for more than 4 runs in the over so far. You've been out of a rhythm in your first 5 overs. What's your approach here now, knowing that your team is in the ascendancy?
Well, Andre is the more experienced bowler in the team, so that Madri now I see loop in the ball, so I look to use my feet as much as possible against him, try to get him much runs off of him.
Short, pulled, vacant mid-wicket boundary, and over the boundary rope it goes. A welcome boundary here. Ghani is off the mark in a fine style. Dropping too short was a Madri on that occasion. And he has definitely been the weaker of the bowlers, if you want to use that terminology, Kyle. He's been a little too wide outside the off stump, too short on occasions. But he's given a few beauties in between those deliveries, as this one is punched into the short mid-wicket region. Have you played against Madri before?
No, he is a bit younger than me, so I didn't have the chance playing against him.
I know Visham would have chatted with you about your exploits as a young cricketer coming through the system. And just for the benefit of those who didn't hear you on your first stint in commentary, as the Colonel's a commentator for today. Cut. And straight to that field at point. What has Kyle Kisundat been up to since the end of the 2023 season of the Secondary Schools Cricket League?
Well, I know just come around with the boys, just always chat with them, see what's going on, you know.
And in some of those conversations, whether as we come to the end of the 27th over, 87 for 3 presentation, call it San Fernando, Mohammed and Budu getting starts, Agad himself getting a start. We see a bit of evidence of that strong wind that blows east to west almost from the opposite side where we sit. It usually helps the bowlers with the drift and with some of their swing. In some of those conversations with the boys, though, what type of advice do you give to some of those younger ones in the setup of the Presentation College team?
You know, always train hard. Once you train hard and you do the correct thing in practice, obviously what you do in practice, you will do it in games. So just keep that in mind. Always focus on yourself.
Are you going to be part of any clubs during this upcoming club / domestic season here in Trinidad and Tobago that gets started next week?
Yeah, I'm playing with Powajan.
What are some of your goals? What goals have you set for yourself for this year? Moving a step up, because you're now going from schools cricket into senior cricket. We'll come back to it. This one just right up under the bat. As again, the Vishnu boys here, Rambaran in particular, exerting some pressure. Again, good lines, good lengths. Keeping it simple is Andrew Rambaran. What are some of your goals? What are you looking to accomplish as you go through and progress into the next phase of your career?
I mean, Premier 1 is a very competitive cricket, you're playing against experienced men. Well, as a batsman, when you also played youth cricket, you used to get a good few bad balls. When you're playing experienced men, you might get one, you mightn't get none. So my goals is just, once I get a good start, to cash in. My goals was just to get 100 in the league.
Good alert cricket here from Budu and Ghani. The fumble by Rambaran coming across the wicket to feel the ball punched back at him. And that fumble allowed the single. And if I'm not mistaken, you guys' first game is against Merry Boys.
Yeah.
So you will probably come up against our cameraman, Kadir Mohammed. Of course, if he is selected to play for Merry Boys this year. Full toss, punched through the covers, and it's going to trickle away down the incline, and some good fielding in the outfield restricts them. In fact, the umpire has signaled a 4. It just seemed that he slipped on getting down to field the ball, and his foot touching the rope, and signaled by umpire holds as a boundary. So a welcome 4 runs again, and creeping up on that total of 100. Another full toss here from Rambaran, and Presentation College have already gone past their previous score in their first game, and that 83 they made in their first game was a winning score in the end, just chasing 82. So just a signal from the umpire that after the next over we will have a drinks break. At the end of the 28th over, 92 for 3, Presentation College San Fernando, 27 to Budu and 23 to Riyad Mohammed, the top scorers. And wickets are all the way down for the bowlers so far. And they tell me that the South people are welcoming people. They say you can just walk into a house and they'll knock on the door and they'll welcome you in. So you're telling me that as Madrid continues here from the tire shop end to Ghani. And there you go again, the wayward deliveries from Madrid continues. You're telling me that you're looking to score hundreds at that domestic level in Trinidad and Tobago's domestic season. This one down the leg side, looking to sweep, and it comes off, ricochets off of the wicketkeeper. Did he get any bat on it? In fact, he did, because there's no signal from the umpire. And another run to the total. Speaking about getting hundreds, and I'm guessing that all batters, they always want to take on any bowling attack they face. They want to get 50s and 100s, big scores. As bowlers, you want to get fifers all the time. What are some of your strengths that you're looking to get better with this one on a good length? Just punched off the back foot into the covers. What are some of your strengths that you think is going to render well for you through the season to get some of those big scores that you're eyeing up?
Well, me, I don't know 6-hitter. I like to play the ball in the ground. But sometimes, you just want to hit the ball in the air to get 6 and stuff. But for me, I like to play cover drives and stuff. And again, I say it have experienced bowlers, so sometimes you go to bat, you mightn't get a ball to drive. You gotta play out your comfort zone.
Given that just cut away backward of point, and alert to it is allowed another run. Given that some of the bowlers in our domestic setup will be away for the start of the tournament at the 4-day regional tournament, is there any bowler in particular that you're looking forward to facing?
At the moment, probably if Caribbean there. Yeah. I want to face bowlers that I never faced before to get the experience. To see what is like, watching them from TV, seeing that how they're bowling, how they're varying. So I want to be in the wicket and see how it is.
much better from Madrid, getting that right line and length, and just that hint of turn, and pushed on to the onside, no run. And definitely, it's a long season because you have the league and then the 50 over cup, the 50 over challenge that takes us all the way to the end of the month of May. And given the nature of how the CWI 4-day championship is set up, some of these guys who are in the national team will come back in to play for their clubs on occasions because the 4-day tournament is spread out a bit. Now, which one of those fast bowlers you really want to face up to get that experience as we come to the end of the 29th over, and it will be drinks. And I'll allow you to answer that question quickly before we go for a break.
Well, hopefully if Shannon Day, I'll get to face him.
The stalwart of Trinidad and Tobago cricket. And with the drinks break upon us, Brendan Budu on 28 from 51, and Gani 9 from 17. Presentation College San Fernando 96 for 3 after 29.
Like many others trying to save on Carnival, Gabby thought she should go for 50% off makeup.
What about the other side? Well, Daisy 50% off offer. So you know.
No makeup artist we don't know. What we do know is the savviest savings for Carnival are at KFC. Get a Jab Jab box, 1-piece chicken, 1 regular fries, and a biscuit for only $25. Like many others trying to save on Carnival, Gabby thought she should go for 50% off makeup.
What about the other side? Well, Daisy 50% off offer. So you know.
No makeup artist we don't know. What we do know is the savviest savings for Carnival are at KFC. Get a Jab Jab box, 1-piece chicken, 1 regular fries, and a biscuit for only $25.
So welcome back to the Presentation College San Fernando ground here in Union Hall, San Fernando. Resuming on a 96 for 3 after 29 overs. 2 balls into the 30th over here, Presentation College. And I've already, as I mentioned a while ago, they've already gone past that score of 83 in their first game. And I'm rejoined here by Kyle Kisundat, former college player himself. This one full, well flighted as Rambaran continues from that far end. And I say far end because he's bowling from the end opposite to us. Just the 5 overs and just 16 runs so far from those 32 deliveries he's bowled. Flatter and a little quicker, looking to angle it in at Gani, who has started his innings well. Himself and Budu are both getting starts so far. This one a little bit wider and just a hint, a fraction of a turn, just holding its line on the angle coming back into him. And one of the things we mentioned through commentary earlier in the innings is so many batters getting starts and not carrying on. Full toss, punched into the covers, beats the cover fielder. It's going to beat the extra cover fielder as well. And the fielder running around from the cover point boundary and into the boundary for 4 runs. And the 100 is up for Presentation College San Fernando. It will do their confidence a world of good that they have gone past that 100-run mark. And only for the loss of 3 wickets. So still a little way to go in their innings. There's still some 20 overs and 1 ball to go. Can they push on and get over 200 as we come to the end of the 30th over? 102 for 3. And we talk about so many batters getting starts and not carrying on. What do you think that might what do you think might be the cause of that? We saw even one of the most experienced players in the team, Riyad Mohammed, getting a start in 2 games and not carrying on past the mid-20s.
Probably lack of fitness. It's really a mind thing, because once you get a start, you know, you have to look to cash in. Because majority of the time you have more failures than success. So you have to cash in once you get that start.
And you talk about it being fitness, and of course fitness is not just only about your physical being, but also your mental side as well. But as a player yourself and a batter, how do you prepare yourself mentally to get over that hump of getting a start? This one cut away, backward of point. It's gonna trickle away to that fielder on the cover boundary. And just a run added to the total. How do you prepare yourself though? What are some of the things that you tell yourself to get that mindset, as you say, to carry on once you've gotten that start?
Well, first of all, you must have a plan. You guys do plenty running to get that, concentration. So every ball I'll be checking balls as much, and yeah, just keep on talking to yourself. And yeah, and things go work. You must have something. It's something, I might have something different, or somebody has something different,
Madrid is extracting quite a bit of turn at that far end of the pitch. He's bowling from the tire shop end, and many a ball has spun on this surface. And there you go again. Of course, these last 2 deliveries much better than those that he would have pitched down the leg side or too short and wide outside the off stump. And a much better bowler from him. And at the end of the over, just the 1 run. And the score has now moved on to 103 for 3 after 31. From this point on, where do you think they can get to, given that you have 19 overs to go?
200 plus. It will be a good total on that wicket. That'll be a good total.
So you think that Presentation College can defend anything over 200?
Yeah, they have good bowlers.
Even without Aiden Ratcher in the setup today?
Yeah, well, he's a main bowler for the team, So it could be a big difference. It could be
I did mention at the start of the game though that even though Aiden wasn't in the setup, it's funny that they restricted Naparima for 82 and 28 or 30 overs or so, but Aiden only picked up 1 wicket.
True. There's some days it could be your day. There's some days, it wouldn't go your way.
So it's quite possible you might be right. This one is swung away on that leg side through mid wicket. The long on fielder comes around, cuts it off, and a couple runs to the total. And a round of applause coming from the left hand side of the commentary booth. That's where the presentation unit is sitting, and said Adrian Ratcher is sitting there with his schoolmates and teammates. Stylish looking punch into the extra cover region. Yeah, I was mentioning that he only picked up 1 wicket in that game, in that first game, so it kind of tells a story that Presentation College do have other bowlers as well, like Jason Agard and a few others who you would have been in school with.
Yeah, I mean, them is good bowlers, you know. Batting against them, you know, it really has plenty days, you know, you go your way. But as I say, it have plenty failures and success. So you just had to go through it, you know, the hard times.
Speaking about going through it, yourself and Adian would have been in and around our national youth setup. What's that experience been like for you, though?
It's been a good experience, you know. Every new thing you do, you know, is a very good experience. Just try to go through it, you know. Even if if you have 2 years on a 19, you know, stuff, if it is the first year, you get the experience. So the second year, when you go back, you had the experience already. So, you know, it's just to change 1 or 2 things that you went through.
And you also did play in the Under-23 Cup recently as well. For the South Zone, it would have been...
It was Central Southwest.
Central Southwest, correct. This one just punched into the offside, and a tumbling save by the fielder coming around from mid-off. And just another run added to the total to bring us to the end of the 32nd over. 108 for 3. And the overs are going by really quickly with much of the bowling today from Vishnu boys resting on the back and the shoulders of their spinners, who have been, for the most part, they've been consistent and been good. A bit of cloud cover down to that southeastern end of the ground, but those clouds seem to be moving by, so no signs of any more rain for the day. You've played on this surface before many a time. What do you think we can expect going into the afternoon period? The last 18 overs of the innings, and then the 50 overs that Vishnu have to bat. What do you think we can expect from this surface?
Well, to be honest, on this surface, I never played in this ground before. So I don't know what to expect, but from where I hear them say it's a batting wicket, so anything is possible. Once that will moisture dry out, at the end it will be a batting track. So it'll be difficult to defend any total on the wicket.
I'll tell you something, you've made me feel really old, because as I have it in my memory, I really believe that I would have seen you play cricket here. Oh my gosh, I believe I might be getting old. This one driven on the onside, but straight to that mid-wicket fielder, and there's no run. Madre here continuing just that wide one when he started the over. Short and wide outside the off stump, but has come back well into the over. This one's short, but a little closer to the batter, so he's only able to cut into the hands of the fielder at extra cover.
He now started to hit his line.
And there's that line you're talking about, because it's on that spot, just about there, middle and off, and just about not a fullish length, just about 4 meters from the wicket, and he's been able to extract quite a bit of turn once he's hit that spot. And this one a lot straighter and a little bit shorter, no turn on offer, and he just backs away this Ghanaian punch into the offside.
Once you start to hit that spot, obviously the wicket started to turn. So once you start to hit that spot, It's for the batsman to try something, and there the wicket will fall.
Zachary Mudry, number 4 on his back, and you can see the evidence of his shoot to this one a lot fuller. He's appealing. He's appealed for the edge, and the wicketkeeper has appealed for the stumping, and neither the standing umpire or the square leg umpire were moved, and those two simultaneous appeals have brought us to the end of the 33rd over, and Presentation College have gone on to 109 for 3. And that consistency of line and length, what do you think is one of the keys as a bowler that can help you just hit that line and length consistently?
Well, well, I'm a wicketkeeper batsman, so I don't really bowl as much. For me, to get a bowler is just to get his line, wherever he is, work on and training, try to do it in games.
In fact, being a wicketkeeper batter yourself, you have the best vantage point to see when a bowler is not doing something right.
Yeah, true.
So when you see a bowler, for example, like Madrid from the other end, not getting his rhythm right or that consistency as a wicketkeeper, what do you tell him?
No, it's just tell him, relax and just focus. Your first 2 overs doesn't be your best overs. It's when like your 4th, 5th over is be your best overs. They when you start to, get in the groove.
This one punched into the covers once again, and an easy single on offer with the fielders sitting back on that 30-yard circle. And that single brings up a 30-run partnership. So Budu and Gani here going along nicely. They've set that platform. Just 55 deliveries for that 30 runs. As Rupnarayan in, and it's swung away with some conviction. And one bounce into that mid-wicket boundary, down to the lights pylon, down on one knee. And one bounce just inside the boundary rope. And 4 welcome runs, so some momentum in the batting innings here now. This one is driven elegantly. Doesn't quite make it to the boundary. And possibly just not getting the exact timing that he wanted on the shot. And also probably a bit of heaviness still on the outfield. But a lovely looking shot.
Yeah, lovely shot. Well, he's set, so he's seen the ball big. Like a ball, basketball as they say. So you can play any shot at this moment.
Yeah, as some of the older folks would say, seeing it like a beach ball. And that delivery brings us to the end of the 33rd over. At the end of the 34th over, I beg your pardon. At the end of the 34th over, Presentation College continue to progress nicely. And having seen that cover drive, you and I were chatting earlier that you know your game, and you know you're not a power hitter, let's say like the likes of Kieran Pollard, and you like to hit the ball along the ground. What are some of your favorite shots, and what's the shot that you think is your greatest strength?
Well, I like the cover drive. That is my favorite shot. And my power hitting shot is a slug sweep. Yeah, that's my shots on it.
So the cover drive, as we continue with the 35th over, Zachary Madrid continuing from the tire shop end. One dot ball to start with. And he's finding a bit of a rhythm here is Zachary Madrid. So the cover drive is that one shot that you can play in your sleep.
Yeah.
The one you can close your eyes and you can play it, and you know you're going to get runs for it.
But at the same time, your best shots could be a weakness. So it's It's just that you have to pick your balls that you want to cover drive.
This one cut away into that offside and a chance of a run out here, but safely back is Gani into his batting crease. No, not to give away to any of those bowlers that you might face in the domestic season. But what are some of the what shot do you think is your weak shot that you think you need to work on?
There's not really a shot that like balls like offside, off stump. That is balls that I would want to drive, but at the same time you have to leave it because league cricket is a longer version. It's not no 50 over. Is that you have to get runs every ball. League cricket you could leave it alone.
Yeah, and I think most batters outside that off stump, that channel as they talk about, especially in red ball cricket, as opposed to white ball cricket, this one on a good length, and just drawing him forward was Madri, and I think all batters do struggle, especially at the start of their innings, just in that corridor, as bowlers know, and even you as a wicketkeeper, you always hear the bowling coaches, fourth, fifth stump, that corridor, hit the top of off, good lengths. On cut again, finding the fielder, and this is going to be a little bit of a worry here for Gani and Budu as we come to the end of another over, the 35th over, 15 to go in their batting innings. Presentation College have gone on to 116 for 3, and now they will want to start getting a move on with just 90 deliveries to go in the innings. But a lot of batters do struggle, whether it's the foot movements, the nerves, as you know, as you just come out to bat. So I think it's one of those things that as cricketers we're always working on from a batting perspective, just as we were talking about with Madri, and finding that spot that he's been able to get to.
I think it's the nerves, that is a big thing. Once you get out, as when you know start to bat, you look to want to hit a 4 to get out of that. Start to get like 1 or 2 singles. Even if you get a 2, you get out of that a little nervous. And there you go.
Yeah, and you mentioned nervousness, and I heard Kevin Sinclair, who made his test match debut for the West Indies in this second test, presently being played at the Gabba in Australia, and his first three overs bowling, he went for 30 runs, and his next 4 overs he took 1 wicket for 18 runs. And when they interviewed him, he mentioned that his first couple of overs he was nervous and he was searching a lot. This one is driven, but straight again to the fielder in the cover region. So playing their shots are Budu and Gani, but just not finding the gaps. What do you think is one of the key elements to gap finding, though?
While you're batting, that sometimes you could open the face, you could close the face, so you could end up getting runs. So if you know the man more straighter, you could open the face a little bit, get the ball more on the side, set to beat the gap.
As a holder comes back into the attack, and as evidence, as you mentioned, this one, Budu just opening the face and skewing it down to backward point on that occasion, as opposed to the full face of the bat, the previous delivery that went straight to extra cover. This one is a cut, and it's beat the fielder at backward point into the vacant region at backward point, and they complete 2 runs and carries the score on to 118. It is definitely one of the more difficult things, if you will, sometimes when you're batting, to find the gaps.
Most of the times when start to bat, it is majority hit the ball straight to the man. So for me, I just try to knock it right around there and get singles when I start again. Then shots will start coming fluent, and I'll start to pierce the gaps.
Gani just straying outside of his crease there, and holder keeping him honest. course, that man card rule that made its way around in both the men's and women's game last year. This one is squared up slightly, and again, just off the outer edge of the bat into the point region. So Holder here finding his line and length in this his second spell. Of course, his first spell was just that 1 over. This is second over after some time, and we get a look at around the ground here at the presentation ground, the Union Hall Recreation Ground. This one looking to dab it, looking to guide it through backward point, and not without some risk. Of course, probably not sure why he's wanting to put it there, because there is a fielder at third, probably about 3/4 of a way back to the boundary, so it probably would have only gotten him 1 run for that type of high risk shot.
Left hand seamers will always be a threat to a right hand batsman, especially when he come in over the wicket. So slanting the ball across you. You know, sometimes you can get the ball to in swing.
Yeah, so with that delivery, Holder has completed his second over. Just 7 runs from his 2 overs so far, Holder. And Ghani on 16, Budu on 45. Budu eyeing up here a welcome half century. It will be the first half century for the Presentation College unit in this 2023 season at the end of 36. 119 for 3. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, I'm going to make some way for Visham to come into the commentary seat.
So welcome back, and for the very first time today, welcome to all our viewers. I think this morning, as I'm joined by Young Basso, this morning, I think we've had over 4,000 viewers on the stream. Such is the interest of secondary schools. So it's a hop, a skip, and a jump. Aidan, the new bowler, out away, and they're looking for 2. They're going to come back for 2.
It's always lovely to be in alongside you, Mr. Mamchan. Back from the cold.
So it is sometimes.
And just a bit of ball watching on this occasion from Ghani when he got to that striker's end.
Budu is forward. Brendan Budu, one of the better talents coming through the youth system here in Trinidad and Tobago. And he has really come along nicely. His bowling has been exceptional, but you want to see him get runs on a more regular basis. This time he's hoiking this down behind square, and he just get 1.
Yeah, that's good fielding out there on the mid-wicket boundary. Coming around, picking up the trajectory of the ball and coming around nicely. Got a wonderful bounce into his hands as well, and in one fell swoop it was back into the wicketkeeper, restricting them just to 1.
Nicely forward. It's Ghani. Ghani 16 of 38. He has also played his part. This point in time presentation, given the nature of this track, it's a bit slow. It's a very good position to be in. They can get up to 175, 200. They would fancy their chances.
Visham and I spoke about that earlier in the day, the fact that Presentation College, although their batting stuttered in their first game against Naparima, their bowling was quite good. So you'd think that any score that they put up, they may very well be able to defend. Of course, conversely, Vishnu boys scored 240 odd, so they have a powerful batting lineup. The man bowling here, Lakan Singh, took 4 wickets for just 4 wickets in their first encounter. Ali took 3 for 15.
Andrew Rambaran will be the mainstay of their batting. How high up in the order he comes in, we wait to see. But I think what they should do is to try to get him in at least at number 3, so guys can bat around him. That's the latest score, 123 for 3. My friend JP Basso, the boss, is enjoying his jab meal from KFC. We want to encourage everyone to not only allow Basso to enjoy it, but get involved with the jab special. It's wonderful. Pushed away. That's couple of the guys from Presentation College, a former captain of the team. You just saw a glimpse of him, Mikhail Jalim, very successful last year.
Of course, you mentioned the interest in youth cricket and schools cricket. Of course, thank you to Prestige Holdings and KFC, their investment to the young ones coming up. Yet another year they have invested in these young ones, and you can see many of them have progressed to even more professional cricket.
Driving beautifully through the offside, and that will bring Bodo his 50. It was a beautiful shot, over pitch delivery, and on bended knees the young man gets his half century. He salutes the crowd, and that's an innings saving half century here from Bodo.
And I'll tell you something, that's the shot of the day so far for me. He did everything right with that shot. He got his balance, and his eyes, his head was still, his hands through the ball, and most importantly, he picked the gap.
This time he's looking to lap him. Should come back for 2. Let's wait on the umpire. Leg byes.
Yeah, looking to help that one over the head of the short fine leg fielder. And just coming off of his pad on that occasion. Signal from umpire as well that 1 run is short. And Bodo looks a little bit perturbed by it.
So you'll want to go on here and get a big one. There's still time.
Yeah, with just about 13 overs, just under 13 overs to go at this current run rate, they will get to that score you mentioned, getting up to in and around that 175 run marker. That single previously bringing up the 50-run partnership between these two. So they have steadied the ship.
Sensible batting there by Ghani. They soon want to take the score. At least they'll want to be together at around over number 40, 42, 43, and then they can look to push on.
I tell you, our Colonel's commentator for the day, Kyle Kisunda, told me that he felt anything over 200 is defendable. He felt once Presentation got over that 200, they can win. At the end of the 38th over, Presentation College San Fernando 131 for 3.
So, welcome back as we continue the action here. That delivery just turning in. That went the other way from the leg spinner, Lakan Singh. Worked away. Runs here. Wouldn't go into the boundary. They're going to come back for 3. So that's good already. It's very hot out here at Union Hall. This time this one comes the other way. Probably struck just outside the line of the off stump. He was playing a shot. Let's have a look at it. Probably on the high side as well. So it has been good bowling by Lakan Singh. He's in his 8th over. Struck away nicely by Ghani. Misfield allows 2. So at this rate, the projected score is 177, which I think they're going to get a lot more once these two stay until around the 40th over. Brings another Lakan Singh over to an end. 57 to Bodo, 16 to Agar, 23 to Mohammed at the top of the order. Ramsaran had 4 of 27 deliveries. So it's 137 for 3. Presentation College, of course, defending champions in this format, as well as the T20 and, of course, the KFC T10 Cup. They won everything last season. Give me 137 for 3, Ghani 22. Bodo continues to bat well on the 81. There's a change of bowling at the southern end. This time he's dropped. You don't drop a player like Brendan Bodo. Driving aerially through the offside. The wicketkeeper had a couple grabs, 1, 2, 3. 3 grabs at it, just couldn't hold on. That would have been a crucial breakthrough there for Vishnu boys. Lakan Singh rushes in to prevent the single. Short, it allows for the pull shot. Gets 1. It's been very hot down here in Union Hall. You can see one of the spectators. He has decided to take off his shirt just to beat the heat. Has to be that. I wouldn't line up to see him in a bodybuilding contest. It has to be the heat. The heat has gotten to him. 138 for 3. Rupnarine. Bowls are wide. Down the leg side. And he has provided excellent support for Budo here. This has been a fantastic partnership between these two. This time he's driving Ghani, and he is gone. Driving uppishly to cover the catch taken, and Ramaran don't drop them. So that's the end of Ghani. Just as I said, it was a fantastic partnership. The commentators curse. It's 139 for the loss of 4. Ghani, after all the hard work, trudges off for 22. Roy is the new man going in. So they could have gotten 2 wickets in the over. Brendan Voodoo was dropped by wicketkeeper Bali. But then later on in the over, we saw the demise of Ghani driving uppishly to extra cover. And of a successful over there from Rupine. He's bowled his 3 overs, 1 for 14. And at that point, that's our clue to take a short break. We'll be right back. Let me say a very good afternoon to JP Basu.
I feel like I will have more names at the end of the day than runs are put on the board by these two teams. Hello Vinod, hello everyone. 10 overs to go, 139 for 4 on the board. Of course, Presentation College San Fernando were invited to bat by Vishnu boys who won the toss earlier in the day. And Ali will come into the attack from the tie shop end.
Tapped away nicely into the gap. So Bodo looking to push on. You can see the urgency with him. So good crowd on hand here, taking in this game, driving beautifully through the offside. They should run away into the boundary. No, picked up, and they're able to come back for 2 more. So Brendan Buru continues to look really good here.
Yeah, he hit that cover drive on bended knee to get to his 50, and now he's punched off the back foot. Another lovely looking shot.
Very strong wind here.
This one he advances, and with the momentum drives into the offside. And to use the words of our Colonel commentator Kyle Kisundat, Boodoo is seeing the ball like a basketball. The older folks might say like a beach ball. Clean bowled. Through and around was Ali having a wild swing. Was Roy just his second delivery faced and missing the ball completely, and his off stump pegged back, and the 5th wicket now down for Presentation College.
Well, they say one brings two, and that has happened here, but you can't fault the batsman too much. It didn't get up as he anticipated it should have, but a good bit of captaincy, because you look at the field and there was a huge gap on the onside that he was trying to access. Ethan Ramcharan now comes in.
So half of the Presentation units are back in the tent, but Brendan Boodoo is still there, and possibly with still 9.5 overs to go, possibly eyeing up a 100 here is Brendan Boodoo.
Boodoo has the time. He's still after this over, still 9 overs and 2 balls. Well, 9 overs after this over.
We've already seen a couple of centuries in the 2024 edition of the Secondary Schools Cricket League.
Well, so 2 from Joseph, was it? From Presentation College?
Shogunas, yeah. So we've seen 2 centuries all to 1 man so far. Just an appeal, a polite inquiry here from the wicketkeeper to the square leg umpire for a stumping. That brings us to the end of the 41st over, 144 for 5. So we now do have 9 overs remaining.
Yep, so we take a short break. We'll be right back.
Like many others trying to save on Carnival, Gabby thought she should go for 50% off makeup.
What about the other side? Well, Daisy 50% off offer. So you know.
No makeup artist we don't know. What we do know is the savviest savings for Carnival are at KFC. Get a Jab Jab box, 1-piece chicken, 1 regular fries, and a biscuit for only $25. Like many others trying to save on Carnival,
Welcome back to the Union Hall Recreation Ground. Second ball into the 42nd over. Slug swept down to that long on fielder by Brendan Boodoo, and they take 1 run. So a couple deliveries into this 42nd over. Ramcharan just coming to the crease at the fall of the previous wicket. Roy bowled by Ali, trying to swing one away on that leg side. And I'm also rejoined by our Colonel commentator for the day, Kyle Kisundat. Trinidad and Tobago under 19. Well, I have to say former now, because he's just reminded me he's already gone on to the a right old aged of 20. Welcome back into the commentator's chair, Kyle.
Yeah, man.
Makes me remember what I was doing at age 20. This one just tucked away. A chance of a run out here. It's hit directly. And he's gone to the wrong end. Would you believe it? It was punched firmly into the cover region. And the skipper himself, who's been really good in that cover region the entire day. In fact, he missed the stumps. It seemed to me that he had hit directly, but he didn't. And the non-striker in Budu, eager to get back on strike, was almost shaking hands with Ram Charan. And he was so far down that the skipper could have taken a glimpse and seen that. This one swung away, and one bounce to the fielder at the mid-wicket boundary. And then now Budu will get the chance to continue his innings.
In that moment, in that split moment, you had to, once you take up that ball, it's just a split second, you had to think the truth.
This one just tucked away nicely. And you say that split second. How important is it, though, communicating on the field? Because so many times in various formats of the game, whether men's or women's game, as we come to the end of the 42nd over 147, now the score for 5, how important is it, that communication, whereby whether the bowler or the wicketkeeper or another fielder getting...
Well, the last 10 or the last 5, you had to be aware. And you never know when it could come. Because the last 10, they where you want to get majority of the runs. So they will look to take chance. So you had to be looking.
Yeah, from a fielding perspective, can it help when the keeper, for example, this one cut away as Ali continues from the tire shop end, but cut straight to the fielder. Another one that has gone directly to a fielder, and it's been synonymous with the innings from Presentation College today.
Yeah, the keeper have a big part to play in it, because you see what the batsman want to do, if he change up his grip, to play on the leg side, you tell the fielders on the leg side, watch out, you might have a chance coming. So just be aware.
Yeah, a couple of runs added here. Budu driving in the air, but into that vacant region just in front of the fielder at cover on the boundary, the sweeper. So a couple of runs added here again to his total, moving on to 66 from 91. And this one is swung straight back at Ishmael Ali. And I believe that's a chance that's gone a begging, because just by the reaction of both the bowler and those in the support staff in the tent just to the right of us, it seemed to come back at him on the full, and he just couldn't hold it in.
That is a chance you have to take, knowing that he's set batsman.
Yeah, definitely probably would have been a big turning point in the game. Driving, missing, stumping. Not out, says the umpire at a square leg. What a wonderful delivery here from Ali. Just holding the line. Not playing for turn there was Ram Charan, and the ball just held this line and went past his outside edge. And his push forward causing him to lose some balance. Good work behind the sticks. You would be well impressed by such work.
It was a good chance.
Does it ever trouble you as a wicketkeeper when you wicket keeping to bowlers like Ali? This one foolish length, sweeping, and it's just ricocheted off of that fielder at a short fine leg, backward square leg in fact, and it's gone down to the fine leg fence. And just a couple of runs added. How difficult can it be wicket keeping to bowlers who, spinners in particular, you never know if it's one that's going to hold the line, if it's a bowler that has a googly. Are there like secret signals that you guys give one another?
No, it's not really, keeping and gaining experience over and over, You just get hang at it, starting to wicket keep, you know, you just get trouble. Because sometimes you can bowl a ball, you can bowl a straight ball, it does some good spin. But for me, you know, you don't get up too early. Some like when the ball go to pitch, you rise with the ball. Don't rush. Because if you're up, it had to go down, then you just stay up now.
Who's the most difficult bowler as we come to the end of the 43rd over? The 150 is on the board with those couple of runs in the previous over. 5 runs, in fact, coming off that previous over. The 150 coming up for Presentation College San Fernando. So a morale boost of sorts, getting past that 150 mark. But who's been the most challenging bowler from a spinner's perspective you've kept wicket to?
To be honest, um, probably a left-hand orthodox. I don't have a bowler. I just using Andrew.
Okay.
For like a left-hand orthodox, normally them stock ball will be like the ball spinning away from a right-hander. So normally they will want to bowl a arm ball. That is the one that drift into them. So sometimes the arm ball does spin, depending on if it hit something on the wicket and it spin, you know. Yeah, probably a left-hand orthodox.
So this one swung away into the mid-wicket region, a couple of runs added again to the total, and a 39-run partnership here between Gani and Budu. In fact, just 1 run, and the score. This one just again into a vacant space, and a good alert batting here by Budu and Ramcharan. Alert to that single, as Kyle was mentioning. This is the time in the innings where you're looking for every single run that you can get. This one swung into the air. The long on fielder going back. He's just a bystander. And the hands raised aloft by the umpire lets us know that it's another maximum 6 runs. So Ramcharan getting into the act here. And in addition to those quick singles, these type of shots, this one lifted over extra cover. And a few bounces into the boundary. So a 6 and a 4. 10 runs off the last 2 balls so far in the over. And in addition to those running every run you can, these big hits will do a world of good to that total.
Again, he's a set batsman, so he's seen the ball good, you know, he momentum going, it flowing. So about now he can play any shot in the world.
Across to the offside, and through the line of the ball, getting great connection, but the 1 run nonetheless, and that 1 run brings to a close a big over here for Presentation College. 12 runs are coming from it, and their score progressing now even closer to that 175 that Vishnu mentioned earlier in the innings. And Kyle has been saying that they will get over 200, and the longer that Brendan Budu stays there, that 200 is definitely a strong possibility with still 5 overs to go. Bit of sportsmanship being displayed here by the Vishnu boys, helping the batter with some untied laces. Hopefully he didn't tie them together, left foot, right foot, that he topples over.
Budu just have to play smart right now. You know, balls that he knew he could hit away for 6.
Like this one, he swung into mid-wicket, and the captain goes around. He's bobbled it, he's put it down, and just 2 runs in the end. Good alert cricket though by the pair Ramcharan and Budu, because even with the ball looking like it was going to be caught on that mid-wicket boundary, they still ran, which is important. Not expecting at this stage that the catch would be taken. Good effort though. He ran about 5 to 7 yards to get to the ball. This time he goes offside in the air, but a couple of bounces and rolls away to the fielder, the sweeper on that offside. Again, alert cricket. And as you were mentioning, playing smart.
Yeah, at this point, he's set batsman, so you want to go right to the end. You don't want to give away a chance, because you know after you will have new batsmen coming into bat, so they will have to try something.
So just a couple of changes to the field. The fielders are out on the onside, coming into the 30-yard circle, and the sweeper as well on that offside, coming into the 30-yard circle now to a regulation cover point, and creating some pressure here for Ramcharan, who's just come to the wicket. Only faced a handful of deliveries so far. Budu looking for that run, and again another one going straight to a fielder.
That's what you had to do. You had to pull against the new batsman and them, because Budu is a set batsman.
This one nice flowing on off drive, and away from the fielder at a cover point, allows them to come through for that single, bringing Budu back onto strike. And with the time remaining, he's possibly eyeing up 100. I was chatting with Vishnu just a while ago. Good delivery here from Ali, angling in across and just holding the line, flatter as well. And that dot ball, a welcome dot ball for Vishnu boys, brings us to the end of 45 overs. The score now motoring along at 169 for 5, and Budu into the 80s. 82 from just 99 deliveries. And we're going to take a quick break, and when we get back, the final 5 overs.
Like many others trying to save on Carnival, Gabby thought she should go for 50% off makeup.
What about the other side? Well, Daisy 50% off offer. So you know.
No makeup artist we don't know. What we do know is the savviest savings for Carnival are at KFC. Get a Jab Jab box. 1 piece.
Welcome back to the action here at the Union Hall Recreation Ground. Gerard Basso takes his leave, and Daniel Holder continues, and Budu strikes this one over cover. Looking for 2 now. Fielder just slipping in the process. He'll get it. And Budu approaching what would be a very welcome century here for Presentation College. 31 the partnership. And Ramcharan has done well since coming to the crease as well. Kyle?
Budu has been looking like he's tired. Did a lot of running. You're almost there.
This one, lovely shot into the hands of the fielder. Oh, a good catch taken there, and a sorry end to the innings of Brendan Budu. And there it is again, flicking that one away. It was there to be hit. Not getting the connection as he would like, but a good catch taken in the end by Rupnarine. Budu has to go for 85. What a knock it was. 175 for the loss of 6 now. Budu holding that back of his. He's been out there for quite a while. A very good hand played by him. And he makes way for Isa Ali, the big hitting Isa Ali. A knock that has brought about many applause from the parents and supporters of Presentation College. 175 for the loss of 6. Isa Ali, the man striding out to the middle to partner with Ethan Ramcharan. Isa Ali can hit the ball a bit, Kyle.
Yeah, it's a big man. Look like you hit the ball mighty.
Well, we'll have to wait and see.
Just by looking at him, you know. You'll know he's coming to hit the ball.
Yes, I think it's a good time for someone like Isa Ali to come in.
Yeah, last 5 overs, you know, you had to go at everything.
Yeah, definitely so.
New batsman at the crease.
Good delivery there from Holder. And Holder picking up a wicket at a crucial stage of the innings as well. And the most important wicket, that of Brendan Boodoo. Boodoo was set. We were just speaking about him getting to that century. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Man from Southeast Zone.
As I said earlier, you know, left hand seam might always be a threat to a right hand batsman.
Yep.
You know, as how he's coming over the wicket, you know, bowling ball across him.
Yeah, and at this stage of the innings as well, you know, I tend to see that a lot because many of these batsmen tend to tug the ball to the onside and looking to go big as well. And with taking the ball away from that hitting arc of the batsman in these last couple of overs.
Especially if he have a little, like, little special ball that, you know, cutters, slowing it up. All that have a part to play.
Yes, definitely. And that brings 46 overs to an end. 4 more overs remaining in the innings. It's 172 for the loss of 6. We'll take a short break and be right back.
Well, welcome back. It's going to be Ali to continue. 2 for 31. He has done well. And make that 3 for 31. That one popping a bit. We've seen a couple pop today on this track. And committing a little too early. There was Ramcharan. And right back into the bowler's hand. Look at that. Tremendous turn as well there, as I say. Good afternoon to Vishnu.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, definitely a lot of turn on that delivery and that one extracting some extra bounce, as he said. And taking the inner half of the bat, he was through the shutter a bit too early as well, and just spooning the catch back to Ali. He couldn't have gotten an easier catch than that, the bowler. Here's a look at it again. Flighted, and yeah, there's that extra bounce and into his hands. Good low catch taken, and Ali is 3 wickets going for 31 runs, and he's into his second, the last over of his spell, and picking up 3 wickets in the first game of Vishnu boys as well. So doing some good work for them in this secondary school cricket league thus far.
Yeah, Saif Ali is in there now, and I think Presentation College has already gotten a squad that they can work with. Keep in mind though, Vishnu boy has Andrew Rambaran in their ranks, and Rambaran has been good enough to play for North in the North-South Senior Classic. Saif Ali, the new batsman coming in. Where's wicketkeeper?
One of Ali's, Isa Ali, Saif Ali and Ismail Ali.
Watched by Rafi Ali. So he struck on the pad and he goes first ball. So Ismail Ali gets his 4th wicket and he'll be on a hat-trick.
Well, Saif Ali is suggesting that he got bat onto it. We'll have to look at it again.
Well, that was a big inside edge. Saif Ali, I think he was in shock. That was a big inside edge onto the pad. Should not have been given out, but the umpire's in the best position. We don't have Snicko here, but we have eyesight. And you can see as Jason Passado, our producer, slows it down. He is coming forward and yeah, definite edge onto that pad. You feel it there for Saif Ali. And Ismail Ali doesn't mind though. He gets his fourth and he's on a hat trick. We're looking for 5.
Yeah, definitely. Good bowling from Ishmael Ali, keeping it tight. That's where you want to be to the new batsman. And again, Presentation College losing 3 wickets in quick succession here in the final 5. Crucial wickets being taken up here by Vishnu boys. Fighting back after that sublime innings of 85 by Brendan Boodoo. Nail Mohammed, the man coming in, played some good-looking shots against Naparima College in his brief innings. Immediately we see 2 slips in position for the new batsman. Good attacking move there by Andrew Rambaran, the skipper of Vishnu boys.
So looking for that hat trick. Obviously the ball will be turning away from Nail Mohammed. Semi goes flat. Mohammed able to keep it out. Given the support that Rambaran had given him there, I thought he might have been better served tossing that one up. It's a new batsman. He'll be very reluctant with 2 wickets falling in 2 balls to really attack him.
Especially with that 2 slipped in position as well and the fielders close in. I thought that inviting him to go for the big hit early in his innings would have been the ideal approach. He still has an opportunity to get 5 wickets, Ishmael Ali.
After this over, he'll have 1 more. So obviously he'll be bowling the 49th. Ooh. End of the over, 172 for 8. At the fall of Boodoo's wicket. Whereas falling away a bit. At one point it looked as if they could have gotten up to 200.
What an over that was, a double wicket maiden at the 47th over. Don't see that too often in the back end of the innings. Double wicket maiden, so that's especially from a spinner as well. So that's good going from young Ishmael Ali. Skipper Andrew Rambaran didn't have much to do with the ball today. As well assisted by Zachary Madri, Eden Lakansing, who would have opened the bowling alongside Betelemy.
There's Holder. That's a bad delivery. Isali not really getting hold of it. They come back for 2.
Yeah, seems to have gotten some glove onto that day, Isali. It was down the leg side. Had he gotten better contact onto that, that could have flown away for 4 backward of square leg. But he'll take the 2 runs nonetheless.
Well, I was outside the off stump, didn't have control of it. Catch should be taken. And it's dropped. The fielder running around never inspired confidence.
Yeah, and that's what you can get with someone like a Daniel Holder who has that height and that extra bounce, and that accounting for that full stroke from Isa Ali. It is again wide outside the off stump. Ali was looking to take that from the off plate into the on. What was a simple catch was made look difficult. So chance there for Vishnu boys. Gonna begging. That would have been the 2nd wicket for Daniel Holder.
Pushed away. So Mohammed brings the big hit in. Ali back on strike.
I think Ali would understand, that's Isa Ali. He should understand that those deliveries outside the off stump, you don't need to take it from there and look to push it into the onside. Look to force a shot that's not there. What you're seeing different here now from Holder is going to come around the wicket to Ali. Not out, says the umpire Martin. Umpire Martin on the far end. Immediately Holder coming around the wicket and forcing an LBW shout. But I was certainly tailing down the leg side. Smashing this one over cover is Isa Ali, and that's going to run away for 4.
But he's the man. You want him facing most of the deliveries to the back end of the innings because he can hit the ball. And he's demonstrating that.
Yeah, definitely so. And that's what I was saying earlier, a couple of deliveries ago. Those deliveries outside the off stump, you can afford to hit it with that flashing blade over cover. Anything over that man at cover is going to race away for 4.
Quick single this time, not getting it through. So at the end of 48, we take a short break. It's 181 for the loss of 8. So at this point in time, Presentation College 181 for 8, and should another wicket fall, Vishnu boys will get 4 bowling points here, Visham. They have 3 at the moment.
They want to get that next wicket, and of course that would also, well, if they can get it in this over, that would give Ismail Ali his 5th.
It's fielded there by Lakhan Singh.
Yeah, luckily Ali didn't get a little more bat onto that. And one dropping just in front of Lakhan Singh. Was played officially. I think Ali would fancy his chances against Nail Mohammed, being the left-hander, and Ali being an off-spinner, turning the ball away. He's just looking to stock up that offside field a bit.
Well, that's the bowling point that they wanted. 5 wickets to Ali and 4 bowling points now to Vishnu boys.
Yeah, lovely wicket there again from Ismail Ali. Through the air, quicker through the air, and a good catch accepted there by, looks to be the skipper Andrew Rambaran at mid-off. He won't put those catches down. And that's 9 wickets in the park for Vishnu boys Hindu College, and a welcome fifer. Another stellar effort here from the off-spinner from Vishnu boys Hindu College. And that was the wicket, that was the catch from Andrew Rambaran. Again, Ali picking up 3 wickets in the first, now 5 in the second round.
So there's a chance to go even 1 better as Bacha Singh comes into bat now. Another left-hander in.
I think it's up to Ali here now to finish off the innings for the Vishnu boys.
Let's see if he gets 6. Good delivery. A lot of pressure put on the new batsman as well.
Looks to be bowling very quick here, Ishmael Ali. He's pushing through those last couple of deliveries very quickly. He's getting through his over quickly as well.
Edged runs here.
Isa Ali doing the right thing and realizing the opportunity for him to get some runs here at the back end. Denied the second run. There's Andrew Rambaran, skipper of the Vishnu boys team, and who just executed a simple catch.
It's good thinking. Rambaran dropping himself back, and Ali's not the quickest.
Yeah, there was an opportunity for two there, but as you said, Ali realizing that he couldn't complete the second, is opting to give Bacha Singh the strike. But there's one more delivery remaining in the over, so I think that Ali will be looking to face up that last over all on his own.
So after what, 49, 184 for 9.
Have to wait and see if Presentation College can get up to that psychological figure of 200. But as you said, I think they'd be happy with a score like this because it's one in which they can fight with and they can pose a challenge with against Vishnu boys. And Andrew Rambran is going to be bowling that final over. Rambo 16 on his back. Andre Martin. They had really panned out nicely after lots of rainfall this morning, and the conditions have really improved as the game progressed today. Outfield was a bit wet this morning in and around the square as well. That really held up nicely.
Well, it's struck away for 6. Would you believe? Ali just waited on that one from Rambaran and dispatched it.
Well, look at the action from Rambaran. A different action this time around. Too short and pulled away for a mighty blow.
Well, that's a Sunil Narayan left-handed action. It is through the offside. This is going to run away for 4. There's a possibility here. A Presentation could end up with 200 runs.
Yeah, definitely. He's showing us that he had shots all around the ground here, Isa Ali. And that's a lovely shot over cover, inside out shot. One of the more difficult shots to play in the game. And especially when Andrew Rambran is bowling as well.
Nice little 20 off 11. Nice cameo here from Ali. It's not ready. Well, we're looking at is 1. And Rambaran has a chance to bowl to the left-handed Bacha Singh. Bacha Singh will be looking for a single. Rambaran will be looking to end the innings.
Yeah, definitely. Bacha Singh being the left-hander. So Rambran is going to come over the wicket. 3 more deliveries remaining in the innings. And immediately Ali is going to have a word with Bacha Singh as to what is the plan for these final 3 deliveries. What he should be doing at this stage, Bacha Singh.
That's one more. You did the right thing there, Vishal.
Yeah, I think that's what Ali would have told him. Just look to get the single. Give him the strike for the final 2 deliveries. 196 for 9. I think with Ali on strike, they can well and truly get up to that 200 mark.
Oh, that's a good hit down the ground. Into the boundary for 4. Well, Rambaran struck away for 16 in this over. Would you believe?
16 and Isa Ali, how good has he been? Some lovely stroke play we've seen from the bat of Isa Ali. 25 of 13. What a welcome cameo this is at the back end of the innings.
So that's the end of that. 200 all out. Amberan gets his revenge.
Finally, Rembrandt gets his revenge after being struck for 16 runs, so a good comeback from him. He'd be a bit disappointed with the way things ended in the innings, but saying that, Vishnu boys, they would need 201 here at the Union Hall Recreation Ground for victory if they are to get that.
So we take a short break. We'll be right back with the reply.
Like many others trying to save on Carnival, Gabby thought she should go for 50% off makeup.
What about the other side? Well, Daisy 50% off offer. So you know.
No makeup artist we don't know. What we do know is the savviest savings for Carnival are at KFC. Get a Jab Jab box, 1-piece chicken, 1 regular fries, and a biscuit for only $25.
Well, second innings time here at the Union Hall Recreation Ground. Welcome back. Good afternoon. It's Vishnu Boys College looking to get 201 for victory against Presentation College San Fernando in their home venue. And it's going to be the skipper Jason Agard to take up the attack from the commentary booth. And joining me in the commentary booth is Kyle Kisunat. Good afternoon, Kyle.
Good afternoon.
And it's going to be Sanjeev Baliram and Aidan Lakansing, the two men with a bat in hand to start proceedings of Vishnu Boys. Just taking the guard there, Baliram. Jason Agard again taking up the responsibility of opening the bowling for his team. He wouldn't have his partner Adian Racha on the other end with him today. Racha, of course, just taking a rest with all the cricketing duties that he would have had in recent times, and duties, of course, that's coming up. Taking that much needed rest. Here's Agard with the first ball. On the money straight away is Jason Agard, and of course Agard has grown quite a lot when it comes to his cricketing ability. Kyle, you know, I'm sure you would have faced him quite a lot.
Yeah, very good bowler, you know. Experience. Gain the experience. Like, decent bowler.
And always a challenge as a batsman to face up to a left arm seamer early on in your innings with that new ball. For reasons like that, with the ball moving away sharply, but a bit too wide on that occasion.
As an opening bowler, you know, you had to pitch at that decent line for to get the edge. So, Jason is a very experienced bowler. Bat him a couple times, you know. The natural swing is the one swinging into me. So
Of
he
course,
was
with you
swinging,
being a right-hander, yeah.
yeah. So he was swinging it away from Sanjeev.
It's a wide signal by the umpire, so just a bit too wide this time from Agard. Want to straighten up that line a bit. Just pitch it on about that middle and off stump, on about a good length, and making the batsman play, most importantly. Very soon you'll be hearing the voice of Gerard Juan Pablo Basso. Oh, edging and just past that second slip fielder, Nail Mohammed, and that's going to run away for 4. Fortuitous boundary, but he'll take that. Nail Mohammed just diving away to his left, and he couldn't hold on to it. It was a difficult catch.
No, as an opening batsman, you know, Sanjeev don't have to play at that ball. You can just leave it alone because it's outside it. You know, get extra bounce.
Yeah, that delivery wide outside the off stump and a bit shorter as well. And he was just pushing at it. Took the outer half of the bat, so Agard causing some problems early and immediately forcing a change.
Put in a gully.
Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. Pitching it up there, Agard. That's where he wants to be. And yeah, it's more of a third slip really in the form of Brendan Boodoo, and he brings that fine leg fielder a bit wider as well.
That's the ball will be shaping into him. So that way push around the fielder more wide.
As he has that odd one that can come back in sharply. Oh, that's a one that's rising off a good length and carrying through nicely to Saif Ali. Have a look at that again. So have those deliveries that you ask the batsman to just have a whiff at the leather.
As the days go by, you know, the wicket will get better and better. So now the seamers will see that they're getting something off the wicket. So they'll look to try some short balls.
Yeah, definitely. That brings the first over to an end. At the end of it, it's 5 without loss, and Vishnu Boys College looking to get 201 for victory.
So 201 the target, 5 out of those runs already ticked off by Vishnu College, who, as we mentioned during their bowling innings, one of the 3 teams in the first round to get up and over the 200 run mark. Fatima College and Presentation College Chaguanas, the other 2 teams who have already scored a 200 in this tournament in that first round. Vishnu in their first game getting up to 246. Mohammed it is from that far end.
As I said, 200 on this wicket is a very good score on this wicket. But as we see in here, the wicket dry out, and looking like a very good batting track.
Yeah, we've been baked in the sunshine today after the early showers. This one full in length, driven gloriously through extra cover. And Lakan Singh is going to pick himself up a boundary here, and another 4 runs ticked off of that 201 target.
Very, very good shot from Lakan Singh.
And I was just about to tell you that you've gotten your wish. When we spoke during that first innings, you said anything 200 and above. I guess you were probably looking at that point in time 225, 250 maybe for presentation. And of course in that first innings, as Lakan Singh lets this one go by, we spoke about the absence of Aiden Ratcha. Visham mentioned it opening commentary with you, that Aiden Ratcha is not there. But we spoke about it. They still do have quite a capable bowling lineup, given he only took 1 wicket in their first game against Naparima. And we wait to see if they can defend this total of 200. Cut away, but straight to the man in that gully region. The diminutive figure of Lakan Singh. The stumps are almost bigger than Lakan Singh. But usually tiny players like this usually pack a punch, as we saw with that glorious cover drive a few moments ago. This one is watchful.
Many great batsmen will always be short. So whenever you see a short guy, looking like, you have something.
Yeah, there was just one walking around here a few hours ago, one David Williams, who was one of the shorter wicket keepers going around international cricket, and definitely packed a punch when he batted as well.
As known as Papa.
Yes, indeed. This one is cutting, no foot movement whatsoever, just all hands, and playing over the ball on that occasion. So easily could have gotten an inside edge, an under edge, back onto his stumps, or a feather of an edge into the hands of Saim.
as I said before, ball outside the off stump, as you now come into bat, you don't want to play at those because you could get a edge. You just leave alone them few, and time goes on, eventually you're going to start to play it comfortable.
Nice delivery to end up the second over from Mohammed after 2. Vishnu boys going nicely at 5 to the over. 10 runs already inside. 10 runs ticked off over their target of 201. And you mentioned it that it's dried out nicely, and seems to be a batter-friendly wicket definitely now. We did see the likes of the spinners from Vishnu boys get some purchase off of the wicket, off of the pitch. So we wait to see if the spinners for presentation can extract a similar purchase off the surface.
Wicket is a very different wicket now compared to the start. When the start, it had a little slow. Wicket had a little moisture, so now it dry out. You still have to assess. You'll get the odd bongs. But now how the days dry out, you play different. You can play your shots, but you just have to know which shots to play.
Jason Agard continues from the tire shop end. And Agard, yet another one of those players who has spent time in and around the national youth teams through the years. And probably the most experienced of the bowlers in this year's setup for Presentation College San Fernando. Baliram, just as his opening partner Lakan Singh, is very watchful. And Agard here just in that corridor outside off stump, probably about 6 or 7 stump. He wants to be a little bit straighter and encourage Baliram and Lakan Singh when he comes on strike. He wants to encourage them to play the ball, so probably just a tad fuller, definitely a lot straighter.
Jason likes when you're aggressive with him, he like that.
A little bit of a fumble there from Saif, and he's just saying that the ball swerved a bit as it got past the batter. Of course, you can see from the trousers of Jason Agard and his jersey that the breeze is quite strong. It's been quite strong the entire day, and it's definitely helped with the weather because it's blown that rain away from us.
Yeah.
That one downpour we had about 10:30, 11 this morning stopped play for about 5-7 minutes. This one is pulling and does not make any contact. The thud tells you that it came off the pad and it just died right on the leg side. And there's that aggression you're talking about, something that Jason Agard will welcome, seeing the batters going after him.
Jason like playing with Jason, batting against Jason, Jason likes when you like to drive the ball. He like when you're playing at the ball, so as I said, them natural swing is always swing, so you could look to either get LBW or caught behind.
This one looking to hit the top of that off stump. Of course, that breeze coming across will help with that outswing to the left-hander, the in-swing to the right-handers. And definitely is panned out to be a wonderful day here in the Southland. Presentation College San Fernando with some work to do here if they're going to repeat what they did last season 2023. This one a little bit fuller from Agard. Well watched by Baliram, who's already faced 12 of the 18 deliveries in the innings. So a good over here from Agard, and a maiden over in fact. Evidence there of that breeze that comes across from east to southeast across the Union Hall Recreation Ground. inside that first power play, the initial 10 overs, just 2 fielders allowed outside of the 30-yard inner ring. In fact, 2 fielders outside of the inner ring presently at third man and fine leg. Mohammed it will be to continue. Lakan Singh to face up. Pulled away over the head of the fielder at mid-wicket. Giving chase, but a valiant attempt. Has he stopped it? We wait on the signal from the umpire. Seems to me he did stop the ball.
3 runs.
Yes, indeed, 3 runs to the total. A valiant attempt by that fielder running back from, in fact, it was a wide mid-on, if you will, rather than a mid-wicket. He did well to get to the ball, put in the slide and pull it back before the rope.
Very good fielder.
Saving his team 1 run. Never know how crucial that 1 run would be.
Very crucial, very. That 1 run could have helped you win a game.
Indeed it can. You think of so many close games over the years. That tied a test match many moons ago that the West Indies were a part of. So many super overs in the modern era with the 2020 format.
The breeze has been so strong that keep on blowing off the stumps. No, stumps. Beals. Sorry.
Yes, indeed. Where was this breeze last night in the Gabba when Shamar Joseph needed it to remove the bail of there you go again.
Even again, yeah. Beals keep on blowing off.
For those of you who didn't get a chance to look at the West Indies versus Australia in that day-night pink ball test match, Shamar Joseph beat the inside edge of Alex Carey when he was just on about 4 runs, and he hit the bail, but the bail never moved other than to spin in the groove. And Alex Carey went on to score some 60-odd runs in a quick time and wrestle back some form of this one back of a length and just punch down into the leg side. Alex Carey and then skipper Pat Cummings wrestling back some initiative and some power into the hands of the Australians, who made quite a brave declaration upon the dismissal of Nathan Lyon, the 9th wicket down. They declared on 289 for 9, still 222 runs, I beg your pardon. The drift of the West Indies is 311. And at the close, the West Indies are 13 for 1. Tejanaran Chandapal, the only batter out. And it promises to be a really exciting third day when the game gets underway at midnight Eastern Caribbean time tonight. Just looking around the field, Kyle, and I was reminded by our director that in this tournament there is no power play. It's almost a bit of a test match rules, including the wide calls. But looking around the field, and even just those 2 fielders out, and yes, Baliram and Lakan Singh have gone a bit hard at the start, but would you still have had 2 fielders out, knowing that you can bring everybody in and create some pressure?
Oh well, it's really the bowler. If the bowler want what field he want, you have to give him it, because it's he who bowling. You know, if you want the third man or the fine leg, probably trying something, you know, swing the ball away, swing the ball in. So might as well he will want it.
Looking to cut a ball a little too close to him was Baliram to end the 4th over. At the end of the 4th over, The Vishnu boys are chasing 201, 13 without loss. Definitely well ahead of where Presentation College San Fernando were at this very same point after 4 in their innings. So Agard it will be as he hands his hat to the umpire. And just as we were talking about that last delivery, the sweeper went back on the offside. So now just take a look at the field that Agard sets here. Of course, he is the captain of this team as well. So double duty, setting the field for the team and also for himself as a bowler.
Basically the same field.
Two fielders out behind the bat, fine leg third man, both quite wide-ish, more or less regulation. And that fielder in cover just outside of the 30-yard circle. Driven straight to the man at mid-off. And there's no run.
They really experienced coming on Jason trying to bowl the ball over the wicket now, so he could just slant it across or he could get the ball to swing into him. They really experienced coming.
And that breeze has subsided just a tad. So we'll get to see if he this one is, he's angled, he's done exactly as you mentioned, he's angled this one across Lakan Singh and into the gloves of the waiting wicketkeeper Saif. And just as I've mentioned that the breeze in the middle in particular, as you can see by the white kit of Agard, is quite strong. Always lovely to see you guys playing in white. This one angling across. In this modern era of these colorful kits of all these franchise and white ball games, both internationally and franchise tournaments. It's always lovely to see the whites.
Still slanting a ball.
And up to the task is Lakan Singh. He's being watchful. He started the over a runner ball 7. He's now faced 4 deliveries. Strike rate has gone down just a bit. But you can tell by the temperament of the young lad that he can play shots when the ball is there to be hit. A couple of glorious off drives all ready to start his innings. This one a little too wide. He looks in quizzically at the umpire as he's down on one knee. Probably just inside that wide guideline. Of course, we are sitting at an angle in the commentary position, so the umpire obviously being in the best position. And they've done a wonderful job today, have the umpires. They ensured that even with the surface being a little bit wet this morning and the downpour, they've ensured as this one is driven straight back past the bowler, mid-off comes around and cleans up, and one more to Lakan Singh to end the over. At the end of 5 overs, Vishnu boys are 14 without loss. We take a short break, and when we get back, the run chase continues. Welcome back. The first 5 overs in this 50 over encounter in the reply in the bag. Presentation College defending an even 200 as Mohammed continues from the far end. And Lakan Singh, the diminutive figure of Lakan Singh, just guides it backward of point. And there's no run. The Vishnu boys 14 without loss. And I have the pleasure of being alongside Kyle Kisundath, a youth cricketer, national youth cricketer for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Former presentation boy, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you went to presentation. See, I'm not that old. I remember that one. This one cut away past that slip fielder, but there is a third man in place, and it's only going to be 1 run.
That's why he have the third man.
You always find, we were talking about that, the diminutive figures and the diminutive batters who always pack a punch, but you also find that a lot of them tend to cut at the ball quite a lot, the shorter players.
Yeah. Once it's outside there, you could try to cut it.
Just like you wicketkeepers, they say wicketkeepers are some of the best cutters of the cricket ball.
Yeah. Because we done our shot, so we come like we rising with the ball.
You all do hold that low center of gravity even in your batting. This one across with the angle. Balaram looking to do similar to his batting partner and guide one into the third region. But missing out. That's about the second or third time he's attempted that shot, Kyle, and he's missed out.
You know, when you start batting, you don't really have to cut them.
Of course, Mohammed is bowling that testing length. It's not full enough for him to get onto that front foot, and not short enough for him to really rock back onto the back foot. This one indeed is fuller on this occasion, and Saif has a shy at the stumps. But Baliram was firmly planted in his crease. You can see there a lot fuller on that occasion from Mohammed, but the feet went nowhere. All hands through the line of the ball, and he missed the ball completely.
All foot movements, you know. All back and across. All the trigger movements.
There's that across to the offside trigger movement. The back leg and then the front leg following. Looking to cut down on that angle. Of course, he still has quite a regulation batting stance. You find that when there's a left-hander facing a right-hand over, or conversely a right-hander facing that left-hand bowler, batters tend to open up their stance a bit, and there you go, he has a slightly open stance. Sometimes you see it opened even more than that. Again, he's flashing. There's an appeal.
Because he come on at that angle, so he has to open.
This one again, just flashing again. He's made that trigger movement. You see the presentation college tent. We've come to the end of the 6th over. Vishnu boys are 15 without loss after going at 5 runs to the over in the opening couple of overs. Presentation here on the back of Mohammed and Agad have pulled it back slightly. Of course, Vishnu boys still a little bit ahead of the game, and as you mentioned, the surface is conducive to batting, so the longer they bat, given especially that presentation started really slowly, only about 7 or 8 runs in the first 8 or 9 overs, and still managing to get 200. You would think that Vishnu boys can replicate that. He got this one in towards him on this occasion, driven uppishly and on the up by Lakan Singh. Just 7 runs coming from his first 3 overs on a delivery, 6 from his first 3 overs, and then the single to start his 4th.
Longer you stay in the wicket, it becomes easier. You just had to go through the rough patch. Once you go through the rough patch, and it gets set. and a cash in.
And you were talking about facing Jason Agard. I'll come back to it. This one just tucked onto the leg side. Vacant space out in the mid-wicket square leg region. Square leg, in fact, and they come back for a couple of runs. So well worked around the corner into square leg. And you were mentioning having faced Jason before, whether in the nets or at various points in your young career. Speaking about him angling the ball across right-handers or taking it away from left-handers, are there any cues that you look for when facing Agard to let you know, well, he's going to push that one across me, or he's going to do like this one here, just let it hold its line? Are there any cues you look for?
Normally when I bat in Jason, he does come from over the wicket, try to slant it across me, so his wicket taking ball is the ball that he tried to swing into me to get me bowling or LBW. So that is the ball I'll be looking for. Sometimes if it's not working for him, he will come around the wicket and try to hit my pads. So when he come around the wicket, it'll be easier, because he's just trying to bowl straight at you. If the ball outside, he can leave that. Yeah.
Baliram here, a couple of deliveries, just holding the line with that angle coming in. Left arm over the wicket of Jason Agard. And Baliram, 24 deliveries, and probably about 12 out of those 24 deliveries he's tried to cut at the ball or guide the ball past the slips and not making any contact. He has to be careful here that his innings goes nowhere, and he ends up here. He is again, this time a little fuller from Agard, and just really throwing the hands at the ball, fishing as we call it, and he has to be careful that he doesn't start conceding so many dot balls that it starts putting pressure on his partner in Lakan Singh. And with that pressure, you know that pressure can bring wickets.
Most Jason will do is just swing the ball away from him. That's why he have the 2 slip. And probably you can say a 3rd slip. You can say it's a gully, because it's closer to 2nd slip.
And this one tucked into that vacant space in a square leg again. And that single brings us to the end of the 7th over. At the end of the 7th over, 19 without loss. Vishnu boys chasing 201 for victory. Of course, these two teams had victories in their first games versus Princess Town West Secondary and Naparima College respectively. And this game, the final encounter in round 2 of season 2024 of the Secondary Schools Cricket League here in Trinidad and Tobago. A lovely shot of some of the lovely residences that adorn the outskirts of the Union Hall recreational ground, home ground of Presentation College San Fernando. And Mohammed will continue from that southeast end. Shot there of Adi Ramsaran, who's standing at fine leg as the left-hander is on strike. The left-handed Baliram is on strike. Adi Ramsaran at fine leg. Mohammed running in towards us. This one is a middle stump line, and nicely in behind it is Baliram. It's going to feel good for him, feeling that ball coming onto his bat.
So it's a good feeling as an opening batsman to hit the ball in the middle of the bat. So that is where you want, to get off that nervous, as I said in the early on. Once you start to time the ball and start to hit the ball in the middle, it's a good feeling. So it's easier to come off of that feeling.
Yeah, there are wide open spaces both on the off and on side. So once he can get in line like this and just play it into those open spaces, there are always those chances of picking up the singles and rotating the strike.
In cricket, there are plenty of strategies, at the bowler, he go had our covers open, want him to drive. That's why he had his slip on a gully. So when high attempting to drive, he could get caught behind. You know, because he coming from an angle, he wants you to drive. So if he pull back the length, he could get caught behind.
And so far, nothing of that drivable length just yet in this over from Mohammed. This time, again, just a little bit shorter of that driving length. And turned away that same gap that we were talking about in that backward point region. And there you go, turning over the strike. It's going to feel good for him. Some of the residences around. I have not the foggiest idea what the name of that road behind the house is. Neither does my director, which is strange because our director is a South boy. He's just told me it's part of the Union Hall district, so we'll go with that. I'm from way up north. From Dabadi in the east and Pity Valley in the west. This one, just letting it go by, is Lakan Singh. Don't know why they constantly remind me about the food in South. Is it true that this part of the country has the best doubles?
Well, so they say, but
this one is cutting at one that's too close to him and inches away from that off stump.
almost chopped on.
Yeah, we get a look at it. We get the opportunity to look at it again.
A little bit again.
Yeah, that trigger movement that you talked about that many batters have, he has that same trigger movement across to the offside. And had he stayed on his guard though, he probably would have middled that ball. He is looking square of the wicket again, and there is quite a huge gap between the gully fielder and the cover fielder. The fielder on the boundary is at extra cover, so should he make contact square of the wicket on the offside, it's going to be work for that fielder in extra cover. Brings us to the end of the 8th over, however, and at the end of the 8th over it is 20 without loss. Some wonderful camera work from Kadir Mohammed. And he's encouraging Kisundat, letting him know that he is now officially on television. The Colonel's commentator for today in this encounter. You can see the cars are parked behind us, evidence of the significant crowd that's here at the Union Hall Recreation Ground as Agard continues into his 5th over now from the tash up end. Outside that off stump and just drifting away from Baliram as he brings the hands down. So that probing line and length in that channel, in that corridor. As we see here, the Vishnu boys who are quite subdued at the moment. You would think that they're comfortably set here after 8 overs, 20 runs in, still 181 runs and 251 deliveries. They should be quite comfortable, shouldn't they?
Yeah.
Corridor, there's an appeal, loud appeal from Jason Agard. Half of an appeal, almost just following his captain, who was the wicketkeeper, Saif. It just seemed he's again fishing is Baliram, and he's not doing what he did against Mohammed. Given that Mohammed was bowling a bit straighter than Agard, he got across and in line and he middled the ball.
Yeah.
And even with that trigger movement, he's not getting in line with the ball.
I'll say with Jason now, he go look to swing the ball away if you really watch here. So the ball that you had to watch over Jason is the ball coming towards you straight. So that ball outside, like 5th stump, you can leave that.
Yeah, we haven't seen one from Jason Agard just yet, coming back in to the left-handed Baliram.
So that here's wicket taking ball. So that ball he went bowl at majority. That probably in the over he probably might bowl it once. Because now they probably his fourth ball, he bowl all outside. So probably the fifth ball or the last ball, he probably will try to bowl it straight at the sea. Because in his previous over, he bowled two on his body and he gone behind backward.
Given the situation of the game, if you're a Baliram, are you going to make that adjustment? Probably change your guard to middle and off, let's just say, to get closer to that channel that he's bowling in. There's that one that's come back into him now, and he punches out to extra cover. But would you make, given that the first 4 deliveries were all in that channel, fifth stump line, and just drifting back away, would you make that adjustment as a batter?
For me, I wouldn't change the guard because I know if I go middle and off, I know for sure if anything hit the pad that you have a chance of getting out. So probably I gotta stay on the same middle and ball outside off stump. You can leave it alone because eventually the bowler will try something, come straight out towards you, and the way you want him to come. So to play shots.
This one back of a length, hard length as we call it, to end the over from Jason Agard, a little bit shorter than he has been in the over, and getting up just about chest high, and just whizzing past that outside edge. Wicketkeeper Saif taking it just about torso height, and no run to end the over. And a maiden over from Jason Agard, and 20 without loss after 9. Definitely a lovely place is the Southland. So many lovely homes down in the southern part of Trinidad. Of course, Trinidad and Tobago, one of the places where you always find a whole lot of cricket being played. Whether it's a schools cricket, the domestic season starting next week, cricket in the yards and the courts and on the street. You played a bit of cricket in the streets where you are from?
Yeah, that's how you just start off playing cricket. You know, from by me is a dead end. So it have me, my brother, cousins keep coming every day, every evening.
Straight into the hands of cover.
Jason Agard.
And the skipper himself, who's positioned at cover, taking quite a simple catch at the end of the day. And young Lakan Singh, after going well, getting himself a start at 10 off of 19 deliveries. One that just lifted on him just a bit, and coming off the top edge of the bat and in.
Same shot we keep talking about, the cut shot. You know, for me, if I was batting, you know, I'd take off that shot from the start.
So now the Vishnu boys, the team that scored the 243 in their first game, now in a bit of a spot of bother. They were going at over 4 runs to the over. The run rate has now come down to just over 2 runs to the over. And Ramdullah is the new batter, as we see Lakan Singh just taking off the pads, and a good start nonetheless, because one of the things that the benefit of him facing 9 overs with Baliram is that as we see the skipper getting ready as well, probably coming in at number 4. But the benefit is that he saw out the first 9 overs, and the ball and the surface and everything would have been a little bit has gotten a little bit easier now, we would hope, for the incoming batters.
Because by now, you know, you're supposed to know how the wicket is playing, so you could adjust to what shots you wanted to play.
Yeah, you can understand the shot though. You can understand the cut shot from Lakan Singh. Once you get it past that point fielder or the cover fielder, you're going to get runs because there's no sweeper on the offside. Just 2 fielders out behind the bat, fine leg, I beg your pardon, and a third. So you could understand the shot. It was also short and wide. Just the execution, just not there for Lakan Singh. Ramdullah to face his second delivery now. Nicely in behind this one, guiding it straight to Agard. And the covers. Almost more like a backward, more like a point rather than a cover fielder.
No ball.
No ball signaled by the umpire. So that means an extra delivery to be bowled. An extra run to the total as well. This one guided into the gap, and it's gone between point and that wide slip fielder, but the fielder at third, Adi Armstrong, comes around and does the cleaning up, and just one run. So coming up on just about 1/5 of the overs to be bowled here. 3 balls to go in the 10th over.
Mohamed has been bowling some very good balls, hitting his lines.
Yeah, definitely hitting his length as well. There you go. There's that length, that testing length that we mentioned a few overs ago when he was bowling to Baliram as well. That it's not quite there for him to go forward, and it's not quite there for him to get fully back and cut away or pull away. That nice hard length.
I was like, when you're bowling, you have to read out the batsman. You know, you bowl a back off a length, you see how he batting. You know, try to find his weakness as fast as possible. So then now when you keep on bowling to him, you keep on hitting that hard length, like as we doing is right now. Yeah, hitting that hard length.
Yeah, this one just a tad fuller than the previous one. So the batter Baliram prodded forward just a bit. As a batter, Kyle, how difficult, because sometimes we're looking at cricket on a television screen, and there are deliveries that are that hard length, and on television it looks short. And we were wondering, why didn't he rock back and pull? Or it's hard length, and you're thinking, oh, it's full, why did he drive?
At that moment, you know, it's just a split second to just be thinking of what shot to play, you know. But that length he bowling is a very good length, I know. A good ball is a good ball. Yeah. Can't do nothing about it.
I want to get into the mind of a batter when we get back. It's the end of the 10th over. 22 for 1, chasing 201 are Vishnu boys.
Like many others trying to save on Carnival, Gabby thought she should go for 50% off makeup.
What about the other side? Well, Daisy 50% off offer. So you know.
No makeup artist we don't know. What we do know is the savviest savings for Carnival are at KFC. Get a Jab Jab box, 1-piece chicken, 1 regular fries, and a biscuit for only $25.
So back at the Union Hall Recreation Ground, home to the Presentation College's San Fernando, and skipper Jason Agard will continue with the ball from the tie shop end. This one just driven off the front foot, a little bit fuller here than he's been on previous occasions in his previous overs from Jason Agard, and allowing the batter Ramdullah just to come forward and push into the offside. And you were telling me, we were talking just before the break about how difficult it really is, because the camera and the camera angles in much of the cricket that we look at can definitely skew what we see. This one is short and he's pulled it away, but there is cover. The fine leg fielder is quite wide, and it goes straight to him. How difficult is it though to get those hard leg deliveries away?
As I say, you know, if it's unplayable, yeah, it's unplayable. A good ball is a good ball. You know, that ball I went ball all the ball right there, consistent. Because if you realize you're not getting nothing out of that length, he will try something. And when he want to try something, he might pitch it up, might bowl more straight at there, more foolish, more that your zone, your strengths, and the way you want them to be.
And this one guided, just another single added. So again, persisting on those lengths, that hard length as we call it, just back of that drivable length. Not quite in the slot, and definitely not short.
Not too short and not too full.
Yeah, probably just about that 6 meter length. This one fuller. This one was definitely drivable length. And drive he did Ramdullah. But again, similar to the presentation college innings, he found the fielder, and I felt as though presentation college left probably about 20-25 runs out there because they found the fielders so many times with lovely shots coming off the middle of the bat and good technique and so on. Even Brendan Budo, as this one whizzes past the outside edge and bobbled and dropped eventually by Saif, the wicketkeeper. But I felt like they played lovely shots. Even Brendan Budo, who got himself into the 80s and was on the brink of a first 100 for the season, played a lot of shots out of the middle of the bat, technically sound and technically correct, and just found the fielders, and 2 or 3 runs here and there throughout the 50 overs, and they would have probably gotten to that 225, 250 mark.
Well, for me, the way the experience come in, while you keep on playing and you understand your game. The same ball that you're driving hard through covers and not getting no run, you could block the ball right there in front and get an easy single instead of getting a dot ball. So the way the experience come in. So while you're going up to the bigger level now, them ball that you're driving hard, you can get a single instead of a dot.
24 for 1 after 11. So the steamrolling of a presentation San Fernando that you may have expected from Vishnu boys hasn't happened just yet. Conversely, presentation hasn't steamrolled over Vishnu boys either. It's quite even Stevens, I would think, at this stage. Still 177 runs adrift of their target, the Vishnu boys. And Mohammed is going to continue. So quite a lengthy opening spell here from Agard and Mohammed. Both into the 6th over. Well, 6th already completed by Agard. This being the 6th over from Mohammed. And again, that hard length. And pushing Baliram back, who's now faced the better part of 7 overs, almost 7 overs. He's faced 40 deliveries for just 9 runs. We had Mohammed there.
Still had the same field.
At the first slip.
Same field he have. Third man on fine leg. A slip, a gully, a point, extra cover, short cover. Third man, short mid wicket.
And there's that cut shot again. The encouragement coming from his compatriots in their tent just to the right of us is no pressure, just bat on. But even in saying that, at some point he has to bat on but get runs. The name of the game is getting runs, or conversely getting wickets. And in this case, he's doing neither. As a batter, he's not getting runs, and he's also not getting out.
Watching Baliram, his back foot not moving across to cut the ball. He back foot just stick.
And on this occasion, Mohammed onto the hips of Baliram, who tucks away down to the fine leg fielder and picks up himself a single. And this is where, as we were talking about those trigger movements, and as you just rightfully pointed out, that movement of the back foot, maybe across, getting more in line with the ball, where he can tuck it into that leg side where there are wide open spaces square of the wicket on the leg side. Now for the right-hander in Ramdullah, it's going to be a similar set field with Riyad Mohammed still at slip. This one an edge over the head of Saif, and Ramsaran coming around from third man had no chance. A bit of extra pace on that occasion from Mohammed. Definitely surprised Ramdullah.
Get some piece off the wicket.
And Saif as well, surprised not just by the pace, but
You look playable, but you had to drop your hand as fast as possible.
there's that word that circulates around international cricket about fortuitous, a word that I don't believe in. Because you buy a cricket bat, there's an edge on the bat, you have to use the edge as well. This one driven square of the wicket past the point fielder in the skipper Jason Agard, who hauls the ball in probably about 10 yards off of the boundary rope. Just one run added to the total. That was actually told to me by an elder. He said, there's nothing like fortuitous. When you bought the bat, didn't it have an edge on the bat?
Yeah.
I said yes. He said, well, you have to use the edge too. It's actually one of my favorite shots in cricket is what we call the French cut.
French cut.
The inside edge in between batter, in between the pads and the stumps for 4.
It does happen. Must get edge.
Yes, this one he's finally gotten hold of one. He's finally gotten the cut shot right, has a Baliram. And loud cheers for the big man running around from a third man to field the ball at backward point on the boundary. One run added to the total, and all the excitement at the end of 12 overs. 31 for 1. Vishnu boys chasing 201 for victory. What we see there, he finally got one that he was able to middle and get down to backward point. So the first bowling change appears to be taking place. So it seems as 6 over spells or a 6 over spell, that opening burst from Mohammed and Agard. He's the latter in Agard has now called upon his spinner, the man who scored 80 odd. He got himself into the 80s. Looking to push on and get the extra runs, just holding out. So Brendan Boodoo it will be with, I beg your pardon, Ramcharan. My director has messed me up with the graphic. I think he saw the number 15. He didn't see the 115. He saw the 15. My director has apologized on behalf of the graphics man, and in fact it's Ramcharan who starts with a wide one. This one down on one leg, struck plumb in front. Seemed to me he was struck on that back thigh as he went down on one leg. And you can't get straighter than that, even from our angle, just out on coming off of mid-on. Even from our angle, mid-off, I beg your pardon, it looks pretty adjacent.
You look good. You hit on his back foot.
Yeah, and once he went down on that back leg was directly in front of the stumps, and a wicket to wicket as Andrew Rambaran, the skipper, the man they call Rambo, is making his way out to the middle. 2 wickets now down. Vishnu boy is in a spot of bother. I wonder if he's old enough to know who Rambo really is.
Very experienced batsman. Very talented youngster.
And he himself as well has had that experience in and around various youth setups, even outside of playing for his school. And another one of those young talents that we have the benefit of seeing now, thanks to the production team at 360 TV, Cricket 360. Welcome to all our viewers all across the world, those in the US and across the Caribbean islands, those in St. Kitts and Jamaica, preparing for our regional 4-day tournament that begins in just about a week and a half time. So Rambaran, another left-handed batter. So left-handed batter replacing a left-handed batter. The skipper with a job to do here.
6 runs. First ball.
And you can hear from the expressions from his dugout, short boy. And as Kyle said, 6 runs, first ball.
Bowling against an experienced batsman, so you had to bowl very tight against him, you know. For me, yes, you could loop it, but not wide or full that you could hit it.
And a little conversation here between Arambaran and Mohammed, just probably telling him, try it again if you dare.
It's a good shot. Can do nothing about it.
And it is one of the more difficult shots to play, that inside out shot that he goes again in the air. One bounce this time. Same direction, same boundary. This time just one bounce though, 4 runs, and just like that, his strike rate skyrocketing. Just as he's launched the ball.
And for me, playing with Andrew a number of years, that is his shot. You can play that any day, anytime. First ball, last ball. You can do it anytime.
And definitely getting the deliveries in which to do it. This one a bit back of a length on this occasion. He's on that back foot, punches it down to Adi Ramcharan on the boundary. And picks himself up a single. Ramdullah still there, has faced 10 balls since coming in at the fall of the first wicket. That wicket of Lakan Singh. Ramdullah looking to make his way here now. This one just dabs down, backward of point.
Those you have to cut that very hard, you know, that is a freebie. Try to get runs off for those.
Yeah, quite the diminutive figure, Ramcharan. Not much pace on the deliveries, not much pace on the ball, but this one, very good length, drawing Ramdullah forward and making him play almost the perfect spinner's length to bring us to the end of the 13th over. 43 for 2. Vishnu boys are chasing 201. As you can see that the day has cleared up really nicely. As we look away over from whence the rain comes. But there is no rain coming from that direction. So we expected that we will definitely get a result. And kudos to the umpires and the support staff here at the Union Hall Recreation Ground, the support staff of Presentation College San Fernando, whose home game it is. And even with the downpour, the umpires have stayed out there just as long as they possibly could have at that point. So ensuring that we did not lose out any time or any overs in this one.
Sure.
So definitely kudos to the umpires and that support staff for ensuring that even with the late start and that downpour in the first hour of play, we are getting an entire game of cricket here today. And what a way to round off the second round of matches in the SSCL. Ali it is, the big man. And the skipper just watches it go by into the hands of the wicketkeeper. Have you faced Ali before?
No.
Definitely, he got a loud cheer when he fielded the ball in this very region down at third man, where Rambaran has guided this one. So already 12 runs from his first 5 deliveries. He wants to carry on a lot longer than this. There's still 157 runs adrift of victory, but still 35, 36 and a bit overs to go. 36 and 4 deliveries. 36 overs, 4 deliveries to go. This one flat and a hint of turn back into Ramdullah. So there's the evidence. When we started, I was saying that We have to wait and see when the spinners come on to see if they get any purchase similar to the Vishnu boys spinners.
Or eventually you go start to spin more and more and more as days go by.
This one driven a fumble, allows them to come through for a quick single. And even the shy at the stumps, good alert batting, good alert calling between Rambaran and Ramdullah.
Now how the wicket is spinning so much that you play it straight, play more straight, because you don't want to cut the ball and the ball end up turning into your back.
And that there's, as you said, playing straight, that straight bat, just with an open face, and into the cover region. Rambaran definitely looks a caliber above the rest of batters, and of course no disrespect to any of the others. They're all young lads and now making their way in the professional sport of cricket in the secondary schools cricket league. This one turned away, and a good hand on it from wicketkeeper Saif to prevent it from going down to fine leg for any extra runs. Another cut shot. And the look from Kyle Kisundat tells a story as we come to the end of the 14th over. 47 for 2 at the end of the 14th over. Why the look, Kyle, after that attempted cut shot? The signal from the umpire lets us know that after this 15th over we will have a drinks break. But why the look after that cut shot?
You know, from we angle, you know, you're looking like white, but from the umpire, his view, he could be better because he's more straight.
Yeah, most definitely. I thought it was because of the yet another shot, a cut shot going up big, and this one straight up into the air, and a brilliant hand running around from a long on.
For only one run.
And that is some brilliant fielding from Naim Mohammed. He's bowled well, and now he's showing his prowess in the outfield, one of those high traffic areas in the shorter formats. He's now gone into the circle, has Mohammed, and there's a signal from the umpire, wide called. Ramcharan just drifting a little bit too much across and outside that off stump. This one is a swung away, straight as you like, one bounce, coming back straight into the commentary booth. And Ramdullah is finding his footing here, and he's beginning to open up and play some shots.
Lovely shot.
What did he do well there, Kyle?
The full toss, you know, you wait on it, so it's best he hit it straight on the ground because the feet are up, so you have a chance of getting runs. And there you go, you get 4.
Yeah, and having said that, they've placed Brendan Boodoo almost directly behind the bowler's arm. In fact, he's directly in line with the non-striker down at the long on boundary. And 2 good deliveries to follow up that boundary. 2 good deliveries from Ramcharan. Just forcing Ramdullah to get in line and punch. That boundary, of course, bringing up the 50 for Vishnu boys. This one cut away. And they're straight to the fielder at point. So 50 runs on the board. Just one delivery to go in the 15th over. And you would think that Vishnu boys are ahead of the game. Full delivery, draws him forward. Forward defensive, back to the bowler. End of the 15th over. 53 for 2, I beg your pardon, after 15 overs. The target to 201. And with that, we will take a short break as the support staff and players run on with the drinks. We'll have a short break. We'll continue the run chase in a moment.
Like many others trying to save on Carnival, Gabby thought she should go for 50% off makeup.
What about the other side? Well, Daisy 50% off offer. So you know.
No makeup artist we don't know. What we do know is the savviest savings for Carnival are at KFC. Get a Jab Jab box, 1-piece chicken, 1 regular fries, and a biscuit for only $25.
Welcome back to the action at Union Hall Recreation Ground. 15 overs have been completed. It's 53 for the loss of 2. Vishnu boys Hindu College batting second, chasing 201 for victory. There's Isa Ali. Or driving is Rambaran over backward point, and that's going to be 4. Lovely shot there from Rambaran, earning himself his 3rd boundary of the innings. Takes his tally to 18 of 8. The score now 57 for the loss of 2. And Gerard Basu has taken his leave from the commentary booth. And at the moment, a leg bone of a chicken is the victim. The victim of a Gerard Basu. The chicken tooth, or the chicken bone, sorry, has fallen victim to the dental orientation of Gerard Basu. $58 for 2. Rambaran continues. $18 from 9. As we say good day to one of the members of Vishnu Boys Hindu College, the manager of the team. And There goes Basu in the pockets of Kadir Mohammed looking for a dental floss. Kadir nods in denial. Ramdullah is on strike, a man who struck a boundary already in this innings. Oh, he's looked solid, you know, Matthew Ramdullah. 59 for the loss of 2. The game hangs in the balance just yet. And it's never gone from Vishnu boys with Andrew Rambaran at the crease. As long as he is there, there's hope for Vishnu boys into college. Skipper Andrew Rambaran. There's a lot of batting to come. Ishmael Ali, Zachary, Madre, all of these guys can contribute with the bat. Very handy campaigners with the bat in hand. Edging and just past slip. Riyad Mohammed, who is there. It goes past him and runs into the third man fence for 4. Fortuitous boundary, but a boundary nonetheless. That flew past the outstretched arms of Riyad Mohammed, and that's another chance gone a begging for Presentation College. 31 the partnership, quick fire 31 this partnership. Rambaran coming in and striking a 6 and a 4 off his very first 2 deliveries. Mr. Freeze Ali at the back. Kyle Kisundat turned commentator today in his KFCT. Just monitoring Gerard Basu by the jab box. Ethan Ramcharan to continue. Lovely day has settled in for cricket today. Wide signal by the umpire. Kadir Mohammed is just singing away, enjoying the day of cricket. Oh, what a lovely shot this is from Andrew Rambaran. That goes all the way for 6. His second maximum of the afternoon. Well, he's really demonstrating his prowess here at the Union Hall Recreation Ground. Is Andrew Rambaran. The vehicles to the back was in some problems. As our good friend from Tobago would say, the way Andrew Rambaran is going at this time, he would certainly give the automobile repair industry some work. Good afternoon to Breaker Benjamin from Tobago. Let's just stuck up that offside a bit. Rambaran is happy to punch it back to the bowler. No run. 25 from 12 to Rambaran. Not a typical Andrew Rambaran innings, but one that's really stamping the authority on this innings. Dancing down the track, and a good time to be dancing because Carnival is approaching. Bands are preparing for that wonderful festival in Trinidad and Tobago. 70 for the loss of 2. This innings has really climbed since Rambaran came to the crease. This time he's driving along the carpet for 1. Ramdullah has supported him well. 16 from 23. 130 runs to get from 199 deliveries. Short and wide, and Ramdullah was interested, but he only taps it into the offside. That completes 17 overs. At the end of 17, it's 71 for the loss of 2. Rambaran on 26, Ramdullah on 16. 130 to get for 198. We'll take a short break and be right back. Isa Ali has taken up the attack, or is continuing from the far end. Ramdullah is on strike, or actually Rambaran, that is. Rambaran with the black top and Ramdullah with the maroon top. Yeah. Huh? Oh, lovely looking shot there from Ramdullah into the offside, no run. Oh, back and across and cutting. Going down to third man. Elon Roy giving chase to Adi Ramsaran. That's 2 to Ramdullah. So he continues to pile on the runs. I think this partnership is a vital one here for Vishnu boys Hindu College. Oh, Ramdullah looking to go downtown. And he misses out there, Mali Ramdullah. Or taking the inner half of the bat this time, Jason Agard coming up from long on. Just limits them to 1. Good delivery to complete the over. At the end of 18, it's 75 for 2. And the bowling thus far, Nail Mohammed and Ethan Ramcharan, the 2 men picking up wickets for Presentation College. And speaking about wickets, I think the men from San Fernando, the homeboys, they require some wickets at the moment. And looking to do so, they have brought in Brendan Buru, the man who struck 84 today. Brendan Buru has done a lot of work, as I said earlier, in the southeast zone. The likes of coaches Nicholas Ramkisoon and Angad Ramdaya. Ravi Tilok as well. Good afternoon to them. Those guys preparing the southeast zone under 15 team at the moment, participating in the under 15 zonal tournament. Brendan Buru would have done well in tournament went by, that's last year, and would have traveled with the Trinidad and Tobago under 15 team that was successful. Here he is this time for Presentation College. Oh, just some spin there on off one. We've seen that today. Some turn and bounce on offer, so the leg spinner in Buru would be licking his lips, so to speak. This time it's turning away from the right hander. I thought that Ramdullah, despite doing well thus far, There's that technical fault in the fact that he's playing far away from his body. He's not moving that front foot that much. And he's just hanging the bat outside the off stump. Normally what we'd call fishing. Again, you can see him not initially making that back and across movement, that trigger movement. He's just standing there on his guard and pushing at those deliveries outside the off stump. This time he's driving, but he finds the fielder. Something we saw quite a lot from the Presentation College's batsmen. Sun is starting to take a toll on everyone here at the venue. Saif Ali with the cartwheel. Completes 19. It's 75 for 2. We'll take a short break and resume action in a little bit. Rambaran it is to face up to Issa Ali. And you can see Gerard Basu peering at the advertisement sharply. $76 for 2. Ramdullah has played a solid innings, one that had its moments of, belligerent ball striking, just 2 boundaries in his 19. Oh, and there he goes, speaking about ball striking, looking to go over cover, looking to take Issa Ali over cover, and not making connection. 125 required from 183. Again, he's moving away from the ball and looking to play it into the offside. One that's fired in right into that block hole there from Issa Ali. Well flighted, and Ramdullah looks to go through mid wicket. This could run away for 4. Actually, Agard does well to haul it in and limits them to 2. 20 overs have been bowled. It's 78 for the loss of 2. Brendan Buru is going to be bowling to Andrew Rambaran for the first time in this innings. Oh, that That's a lovely shot from Andrew Rambaran, and races along the carpet like a tracer bullet to the boundary. What a shot of elegance that was from the left-hander. Wow, my oh my. Take a bow, Andrew Rambaran. 50-run partnership comes up as well. 32 from 19, Andrew Rambaran. It's a top shot. Oh, he's looking to sweep this time. Well, we're not in the best angle to see this, but from where we are positioned, it seemed to have pitched outside the leg stump. Yeah, definitely so. Andrew Rambaran was, ushering that to the umpire as well. And the umpires have the final say. It's well played from Andrew Rambaran. Using his feet this time. Not making contact as he would have liked. Just taking the inside edge. So Boodoo, a good comeback from him after being struck for 4. Well left there from Rambaran. Just outside the off stump. Taking the outside edge this time. Running down the third man. And he'll get 2. So wickets needed here for Presentation College at the end of 21. 84 for 2. Time for a short break.
Like many others trying to save on Carnival, Gabby thought she should go for 50% off makeup.
What about the other side? Well, Daisy 50% off offer. So you know.
No makeup artist we don't know. What we do know is the savviest savings for Carnival are at KFC. Get a Jab Jab box, 1-piece chicken, 1 regular fries, and a biscuit for only $25.
Oh, well flighted from Isa Ali as we are back here at the Union Hall Recreation Ground in San Fernando. Isa Ali, 4.1 overs, 21 under his belt, and that's runs. Bit expensive, Isa. I think you would want to put the icing on the cake battle between him and Andrew Rambaran. He would have struck him for some lusty blows in the final 3 overs. Well, actually in his final over. That is Andrew Rambaran. 16 runs conceded of that final over. And Rambaran came back out there with some vigor for revenge. This time it's pulled away from Ramdullah. Protection down there at deep mid wicket. Good support from the Vishnu boys dugout. Likes of Ishmael Ali, Zachary Madri, Aidan Lakansing, who was caught beautifully by Jason Agard at cover. Time he's looking to cut, but the cut shot seems to be one of his weaker areas. Syme slashing at that one and just going down to Riyad Mohammed at backward point or wide third man, is it? Yes, Adi Ramsaran, the man doing the cleanup job there. It's not Riyad Mohammed. Both guys wearing the same hat. Built this similar. Riyad Mohammed actually had slip. Nicely driven. Down to long off. For one. Oh, well, flighted. This one is into the air, over the head of Jason Agard. And that goes all the way for 6. Well, Ramdullah gets into the act now. It's his first maximum of the afternoon. And that takes his tally to 27. The score goes up to 90 for the loss of 2. And immediately he signals for water. Well. Just starting to cool down a bit here. Gerard Basu comes into the director's position. I think I need to be careful next to Gerard because he's looking at me sharply. Kadiram, he's telling me that he came south and I'm firing at him. I wonder who he's going home with, Kadir. Oh, actually, I'm seeing. Oh, down the leg side. Oh, Lord appeal. Gerard, we are welcoming people in South. Well, that completes Brendan Buru's over. And in saying so, we'll take a short break and be right back. 102 for the loss of 2, as there's a change in the bowling from the far end. Elon Roy comes into the attack. Elon Roy, right arm medium pacer. It's making a field change, sending Ramcharan across to the offside. So 99 runs required from 161 balls. I think Presentation College, they would be aware that wickets is the name of the game at the moment. Need to pick up wickets. Played nicely out to cover, and Vishnu boys would understand that they have that luxury of 159 balls in which to get 99 runs with 8 wickets in hand. So no real rash shots needed, no real shots in anger. Rambaran looking to dance and dance down the track. I think Saif Ali is going to go up to the stumps. That's a good move, seeing that Rambaran is moving around the crease a bit, quite a bit. Oh, this is an almighty shot from Andrew Rambaran. That's 6. Well, well, well. Andrew Rambaran is turning up the heat as much as the sun is here at the Union Hall Recreation Ground. $108 for the loss of 2. 42 from 31 to Rambaran. Oh, well played, well played. Smart cricket from the skipper, showing his experience. At the end of 24, it's 108 for the loss of 2. 1 wicket apiece for Nail Mohammed and Ethan Ramcharan, and that's all she wrote thus far for Presentation College. There is Fariz Ali and his family, his dad and mom as well. There's the Mr. Aldwin Agard, the father of Jason Agard, with the black t-shirt, sitting with the glasses on his head. And it's going to be Levi Ghani is going to be taking up the attack. Fancy footwear and all. Levi Ghani. Got the orange bases on, Mr. Ghani. I think the way he's marking his run-up, he may just take off a couple pegs. Here's Ghani from the commentary booth end. Oh, wily leg spinner. This one is into the air. He could be out here, Ramdullah, and he is. Levi Ghani looping that one up into the air, and a welcome wicket here for Presentation College. Matthew Ramdullah succumbs and falls victim to Levi Ghani. Welcome into the attack, Mr. Levi Ghani. And that's the 3rd wicket down for Vishnu boys. It's 108 for the loss of 3. Ramdullah has to depart for a very good little knock, which he supported Andrew Rambaran well as well. So that's the situation. Zachary Madri is making his way out to the middle, and well, could that be the start of a downward spiral for Vishnu Boys Hindu College? The coach just echoing some advice there to the Presentation College unit. Good friend of Mr. Kadir Mohammed. Kadir Mohammed. But yes, Madri has made his way out to the middle. He had a good time with the ball, bit inconsistent at times, but good left arm orthodox bowler. Let's see what he's capable of with the bat. Ghani's tail would be up though, having picked up that wicket off his very first ball. Was that the moon ball? There's Mr. Ghani. Oh, some generous turn on offer there for the leggy. Bit flatter, short, and pulling is Madri, who's off the mark. Kadir Mohammed is worried. Must never worry, Kadir. Oh, just outside the off stump there, leaving alone, is Rambaran. Say good afternoon to Mr. Jason Passad. Oh, that one pitching and turning and beating the keeper. How often we see that? Well. It was left alone by Rambaran. That can't be runs, that needs to be buys. A late signal by the umpire. Looking at my good friend Mr. Andrew Martin, marching away to his position. And there's the Vishnu Boys Hindu College dugout. Looks a very comfortable place to be at this time. While the Presentation College side looks a quiet place to be. 1-1-1 for the loss of 3. Good old Nelson has joined us. Nelly Nelson has joined us here at the Union Hall. Nelly Nelson. Elon Roy has been charged with the responsibility of the 26th over. 42 to Rambaran. 1 to Madri, who's on strike. Oh, and They've just placed in a very short cover fielder in the form of a Brendan Boodoo. Could start there to the over from Roy. This time driving nicely from Madrid. And he's gone. That was straight to the fielder. As soon as he struck the ball, he was running and he left his crease. And well, that's how the cookie crumbled for Zachary Madrid. What a tame dismissal that was. Look at it again. Saif Ali collecting and whipping off the bails, much like Dinesh Ramdin would have done in his days. There's Zachary Madrid leaving for a meager 1. 1-1-1 for the loss of 4. Nelson strikes. Nelly Nelson has made way for Ishmael Ali. The man with a golden arm today. 5 wickets to his name. Needs some runs now. Oh, well played there from Ishmael Ali. It's getting started. 2 of the more experienced campaigners on the Vishnu boys unit. Again, solid in defense. No real rush here from the men in green. Just having a look at what happened in the SA 20 today. Akil Hussain starred for the MI Emirates, 4 for 23. As this one is into the air. MI Emirates 180 for 7. Sharjah Warriors dismissed for 74. MI Emirates winning by 106 runs. Good to see brilliant knocks of 42 from Andre Fletcher and Kushal Pereira. And 37 from Puran, Nicholas Puran. Oh, ticked away fine. This could run away for 4. It does. Well, Adi Ramsaran, we'll need to have a look at that again. Looks to be a very good save from the young man. Excellent save there from Ramsaran, putting in the dive. 1-1-3 for the loss of 4 after 26. Levi Ghani coming into the attack for, well, actually second over. He would have just picked up that crucial wicket of Ramdullah. Oh, well flighted Rambaran getting in behind it. Very simple action from Ghani. Very orthodox action. Oh, Rambaran happily drives it down to long off. Firmly in control here, Vishnu boys. Despite losing those 2 wickets in quick succession. Oh, turn and bounce there, cutting Ismail Ali in half. And he would know a lot about that because of the fact that he was getting that set amount of movement, a set amount of bounce when he was bowling. Looking at the other SA20 match today on show, Durban Super Giants. They were 190 for 3 after 20. Quinton de Kock, 83 not out. JJ Smuts, 52. JJ Smuts continuing his good form, and Heinrich Klassen, 30 off 9. Well. Pal Royals, 133 all out. Down the leg side. The umpire getting a stretch. Well, you have that stretch now. Stretching out those arms. Say good afternoon to umpire Denzel James. Marcus Stoinis today had 3 wickets. Reece Topley 2. And Keshav Maharaj 2. For the Durban Super Giants. I played there from Rambaran. Ghali has bowled well this afternoon. Oh, just pushing at that one into the off. At the end of 27, it's 119 for the loss of 4. Well, I'm being joined now by my good friend, well, I would say my good friend, Kadir Mohammed. I say he's the king of Diego Martin. Welcome, Kadir.
Good afternoon, Visham. Good afternoon, viewers. Not too sure of that depiction, but definitely here, Vishnu boys in control of this one. 82 more still needed for victory. Andrew Rambaran has continued to play well. He's on 44 from just 40 deliveries. He's continuing to strike over 100.
And talking about striking over 100, he struck that one over the boundary. And that brings up his half century. What a magnificent knock this has been from the young Andrew Rambaran. And tell you what, there's still a job to do. Pulled away ferociously over that deep backward square leg fence all the way for 6. That's his half century. Congratulations to Andrew Rambaran.
Yeah, dominant so far from Rambaran. 50 of 41 deliveries, pouncing on a short delivery and picking up a maximum 125 for 4.
It really stood up to be hit, you have to say. And Andrew Rambaran, a man of his caliber, wouldn't let that go.
Yeah, definitely he's well and truly in his Rambaran. Those deliveries are not gonna, he's not gonna let them get away.
He knows how crucial his knock is in terms of if Vishnu boys are to go on and win this one. Needs to be there till the end. Elon Roy and the Presentation College team, they would want to see the back of Rambaran.
Solidly behind that. And the half century of Rambaran came in quick time as well. It's about 42 deliveries.
I think for all the batters we've seen on show today, he was the only one that came out there and played with that freedom and dominating the opposition bowlers.
Oh, we saw Budu, at least, from Presentation College, and Isa Ali at the back end.
Yeah.
But the situation in which Isa Ali came in, that warranted that sort of stroke play.
Yeah, Budu was able to get in,
Yep.
see a few, and then to the back end of his innings, he started to motor along.
Oh, just taken down the ground from Rambaran. Happy to pick up the single. Looking for two. That's excellent running, you have to say, from both batsmen.
It's excellent running indeed from Ali and Rambaran, seizing the opportunity to pick up two. 28 done, 128 for 4.
Oh. 128 for 4.
Two of the most senior players in for Vishnu boys now. A real important partnership here for them. Still 73 needed. Required run rate is 3.3 to the over. No problems there. Kani is going to continue. Levi Kani picked up a wicket of his very first delivery. Since then, he's bowled 2 overs, conceded 7. He's getting a huge amount of turn. Is Kani. Nice, easy, flowing action. Some changes to the field now. There's a slip. Backward point. Cover point. Cover. Mid-off. Well flighted delivery. Swept away. And goes all the way for 6. Ali this time getting in on the act. Sweeping and sweeping nicely. And picking up a maximum here is Isa Ali. So getting a boundary off the very first ball of the over sets the Vishnu boys in a very good place. Doesn't need to do anything rash here now. Again, another well-flighted delivery and it's through the gate. So what a comeback from Ghani, pitching this one and spinning through the gate of Isa Ali, who has to go for 9. Ghani striking another blow here. Look at it again. Top delivery and through the gate. Vishnu boys, they lose their 5th wicket, 134 for 5. This game well and truly in the balance now. Ali makes the long walk back. Dejected look on his face. Aaron Basant is the new batter in at number 7. Comes to join his captain, Rambo. Still 67 needed. So it becomes even more critical that Rambaran stays till the end now for Vishnu Boys Hindu College. We need all of the support from the lower order. What a good delivery that was from Ghani. As we have another look at it, he was tongue for 6 the ball before. Not afraid to give it some air. And right through the defenses of Ali. So Presentation College San Fernando might be down, but it's certainly not out of it. Ghani has really turned the tide here. Coming on in the 25th over and already picking up 2 scalps. Another left-hander in Basant. So Presentation College on the attack here now, as we see a leg slip and a slip. So there's a slip, a leg slip, and a man coming in now at a short mid-wicket, a catching mid-wicket. So here's Ghani. Again, a lovely flighted delivery. Not afraid to throw it up there is Levi Ghani. Pitches, of course, responding to slow bowling. He's getting a bit of bounce, turn. Not sure if he has that wrong on. Again, turned away on the onside. And taking a quick single here is Basant. He gets off the mark. Gets Rambaran back on strike. The deep fielders for Rambaran is a deep extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square. Is Rambaran sweeping out to that man a deep backward square, able to get a single, easy as you like. Gentle appeal from Ghani and Co. Nothing doing from the umpire. So a successful over comes to an end for Presentation College San Fernando. At the end of 29, it's 136 for 5. As we take a look at the Vishnu boys in the college's dugout. Some pensive faces in there. Of course, they have the luxury of the skipper still being there. Another bowling change here now for Prez. Another leg spinner into the attack. Wide delivery from, let's confirm the bowler, Ethan. Ethan Ramcharan. Swept away again from Rambaran. Goes all the way for 6. A full toss from Ramcharan deposited over a deep backward square for another 6 here to Rambaran. Continues to apply the pressure on the Press College bowlers. It's gone on to 59 now. And Visham Lalman, after enjoying his KFC, is back in the commentator's chair.
KFC? Well, I'm seeing a lot of KFC boxes, but a word coming to hand is that Gerard Basso, if you look into it, Gerard Basso has already demolished whatever there was.
Well, I'm not too sure because he's saying it's you and you're saying it's him.
Well, I guess we need to look at the replay. It's a good delivery again, and well, they're heading towards victory, Vishnu boys in New College.
I think another wicket here could really turn the tide, especially if they could get Rambaran out. It's going to be Basant to take strike. A loud appeal this time, and a nod of the head, a shake of the head rather, from the umpire. Not out is the call. Definitely looked as though it pitched outside leg.
This one's swept away nicely by Basant, and that goes into the deep backward square leg boundary for 4. So the runs coming thick and fast here for Vishnu boys. 147 for 5.
Again another boundary. Again another sweep shot. This time Basant sweeping all along the ground. Picks up his first boundary. No changes to the field though. Much better delivery to finish the over. At the end of it, 147 for 5.
Looks as though it's going to be the drinks break as well, so we'll take a short break and be right back shortly.
Like many others trying to save on Carnival, Gabby thought she should go for 50% off makeup.
What about the other side? Well, Daisy 50% off offer. So you know.
No makeup artist we don't know. What we do know is the savviest savings for Carnival are at KFC. Get a Jab Jab box, 1-piece chicken, 1 regular fries, and a biscuit for only $25.
Welcome back to the action after the drinks break. And Gerard Basso is enjoying himself on camera at the moment. KFC seemed to have fueled him nicely. A jab box just in time for Carnival in Trinidad and Tobago.
Told me he left a few for you.
Well, that's what he said. If you look into the boxes, you would see none.
Evidences doesn't suggest that. It's all good fun here at the Union Hall Recreation Ground. Levi Ghani to continue. 3 of us, 2 for 15. Rambaran 60 from 49. Generously flighted, swept away from Rambaran. Just a single in the end. Still 52 needed here for Vishnu Boys Hindu College, and you feel as though once Rambaran is there till the end, they're going to get home. What are your thoughts, Visham?
Yeah, well, if Rambaran is there, they're going to get home, but I'm looking to see if the bus is on the way as well. That's the only way they're going to really get home this afternoon. Not seeing the bus just yet. This one is into the air and goes over. The fielder's headed all the way for 6. Lovely shot there from Basant. Ghani flighting and overflighting and facing the death rattle.
Yeah, what a good shot that was from Basant. Down on one knee, and yet still he was able to hit straight, splitting long off and long on. So he's gone up to 11 from 7 deliveries. Brings that runs needed down under 50. Yeah, he's driving nicely through extra cover. He's not going to get to the boundary. Able to come back for 2. Brings up the 150 in the process for Vishnu Boys Hindu College.
Ghani has just been a bit expensive here now. Better delivery. Presentation College need wickets here, Kadir.
Yeah, definitely need wickets. I'm not sure if might be thinking about a seamer, getting a seamer back in. Probably the captain Agard or Nail Mohammed. Just to break up things here a bit. Solid in defense is Rambaran, the newest recruit of the Merry Boys Sports Club, Andrew Rambaran.
Your home club, Kadir. Your home club. Well, there goes Kadir Mohammed's spot on the lineup. Kadir is just looking at me sharply. Has to suggest that, what are you speaking about?
What are you speaking about? What are you doing?
158 for 5. Well, 59 for 5 actually. At the end of 31, Rambaran 61.
Brendan Buru standing tall for Press College San Fernando with 83.
There's a worried Presentation College dugout. Adrian Racha would have liked to have the ball in hand at the moment. Sitting out today.
Well, time for some seam. Agard is back into the attack. 6 overs, none for 12 with the new ball. Thought he was a bit unlucky with the new ball. Beat the outside edge a number of occasions. He's not able to get any success.
He swapped ends as well now. Coming from that far end. Jason Agard.
Well, as we take a look at the field here now for the returning Jason Agard, we see there's a backward point. A deep on a deep point. Man going back now on the deep extra cover boundary. Short cover, long off. Wide-ish, long on, deep mid-wicket, square leg. Oh, return catch. And not able to hold on is Agard. And he may have done himself some damage as well.
Yeah, it's always difficult when you're in your follow-through just like that. And the ball is coming back at you sharply. And that would have been a big blow. That's Andrew Rambaran as well.
Yeah, that would have been a huge blow. What a return into the attack that would have been for Agard. Not able to hold on.
Well played there by Rambaran, it seems. Just tapping at it. Gets one. Still holding that right hand of his, Jason Agard. Which tells me that he is in some discomfort.
Yeah, never easy in your follow through. Ball scorched back at you. This is good from Basant. Lending very good support to Rambaran. Basant, a couple of boundaries to get going. A 6 under 4. It's up to 14 from 10. 41 still needed. Presentation College needs some wickets here. Maybe a bit too late with Jason Agard here, Vishal?
Well, it's never too late. 5 wickets needed, just 5 balls in which to get 5 wickets. And 41 runs required, so still a lot to do for both teams. This one is into the air. He could be out here, you know, Basant. Fielder settles and drops it.
Oh, Levi Ghani it is. Seemed to be a regulation catch. Did everything right. Got hands to it and in the end shelled it. Another opportunity gonna begging in the over.
Have a look at that again. Into the air. And well, through the hands of Ghani. 2 chances gonna begging in this over.
Meanwhile, 2 taken from Basant.
Oh, slashed away, no run. Similar to what we saw from Lakhan Singh in his dismissal. At the end of 32, it's 162 for 5. We'll take a short break and be right back.
Like many others trying to save on Carnival, Gabby thought she should go for 50% off makeup.
What about the other side? Well, Daisy 50% off offer. So you know.
No makeup artist we don't know. What we do know is the savviest savings for Carnival are at KFC. Get a Jab Jab box, 1-piece chicken, 1 regular fries, and a biscuit for only $25.
So 162 for 5 after 32 overs is going to be Levi Ghani. Again, 4 overs, 2 for 25. Spilled an opportunity in the previous over.
Surprised with the ball turning into these 2 left-handers and they're going as they are. They're stuck with Ghani, who's turning the ball into the left-handers.
Not bad. I wouldn't say it's a bad option to have Ghani continue at this stage, considering the amount of turn that he's getting.
True, yeah.
You know, if he pitches one in a good area, he could, just like what he did to Ali, spin one through the gate. Of course, he's got to hit the right areas.
Well played there by Bassant. Getting in behind those deliveries, stirring sharply. Down the leg side this time. Seem to have gotten something onto it.
No signal from the umpire. Much better in this over from Ghani. Coming back nicely. Still 38 more needed. Deep fielders, deep extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket.
Sweeping this time is Bassant. And that's going to run away for 4. So over pitch there by Ghani on the line of the leg stump. And it was well put away there by Bassant. So that takes the score now up to, well, actually the partnership 33 of 28. And the score up to 167 for 5 after 33.
Yeah, what looked a good over up until that delivery. 5 coming from it. Look at the scorecard here for Vishnu Boys Hindu College. Ramdullah with 36 and Rambaran 63. Not out from 55 deliveries. Bassant to 20 of 18. So it's Agar again from around the wicket.
Nicely played there by Rambaran. Agar taking the ball across the left-hander. There's been a nice little hand from Bassant, 20 of 18.
Yeah, definitely played a perfect role to Rambaran. He's shown that if it's there to hit, he's gonna put it away. Bassant back over the wicket now is Agar. Not gonna get a run here, Bassant, but again, getting in line nicely and driving. And we know Jason Agard in these sort of situations, at the back end of the innings, has a number of slow deliveries. So nice Yorker as well. You would need all of those things in his arsenal to come forward here. Slow delivery.
And yeah, that's what you're speaking about, that slow delivery from Agard. Bassant looking to go big. There's that Vishnu Boys dugout looking all gleeful. Why not? Being in this position.
Tucked away leg side. Gets a easy single. Bassant playing the situation expertly well here. It's these two. Of course, Rambaran he knows that he's got to be there till the end. Not doing anything rash at this time. Showing his experience here, Visham.
Yeah, certainly. And that's what you want from the skipper. And not just the skipper, as you mentioned, experience. This is someone who brings in a lot of experience into your team. And Rambram would have picked up the wicket of Agard in the first innings. There are two skippers battling. Agard would love to get one up on him again. Get back at the skipper of the Vishnu boys team. Rambram on 64, 56, 31 runs required from another 98 deliveries.
Look at someone like an Andrew Amber, and he seems to be around for quite some time. And he's still a schoolboy.
Yeah, certainly, and we speak about experience. That just goes to show. This one cut away nicely by Rambaran for 4.
Yeah, just like that. Not doing anything rash. Deft touch. Beating 2 fielders on the offside and away to the boundary for 4.
27 from 97 now. One more delivery remaining in the 34th.
Andrew Rambaran would have represented North in the senior men's North-South Classic. Of course, North retaining the crown. Another slow delivery from Iga. Too wide to draw Rambaran into a shot. At the end of 34, it's 174 for 5.
Take a short break and join you back in the few. So Ethan Ramcharan comes back into the attack. And he's bowling to Basant. Dot delivery immediately. This one turned away. He's bowling very slow through the air. Basant. 34.2 overs gone. 174 for 5. And it's 27 remaining from 94. A walk in the park, you'd say, for Vishnu boys, Kadir.
Yeah, definitely. In firm control here of this one. Doesn't need to do anything spectacular at this stage.
Too wide this time from Ramcharan, and wide signal by the umpire.
Down the track is Rambaran.
This time Rambaran goes and goes handsome. 6 runs over long on. Over pitch this time from Bacha Singh.
Yeah, good use of the feet from Rambaran. Just getting just outside the line and able to go over the long on area. Picks up yet another 6. 17 now from 57 for Rambaran. 20 more needed for Vishnu Boys Hindu College. Six followed by a single. Smart cricket. This from the very experienced Rambaran.
$19 runs to get from 92 deliveries. At the end of 35, it's 182 for 5.
So Nail Mohammed back into the attack. Just 19 more needed for Vishnu Boys to register another victory here in the round 2 action of the Secondary Schools Cricket League. Andrew Rambaran is on strike. 71 from 58. Real captain's knock here. Rambo, as he's known by his peers. Nail Mohammed, 6 overs, 1 for 19. Here he is from the far end. Can dab the way through the gap. This is going to be another boundary for Rambaran. This has been a very productive area for him. Outside the off stump. And look at it, guiding away in the gap. And away for 4. Brilliant from Rambaran and Basan. They've put on 52 from just 41 deliveries. Crucial 6-wicket partnership here between these two. This partnership looks as though it's going to take Vishnu Boys College home. 15 more needed. I would really like to see the third man all the way back on the boundary's edge. At the moment, the third man is a few meters inside. Short delivery, pulled away, protection back there. Just one. Brings Basant on strike. Take nothing away from his effort. 25 from 27. Short again, looking to pull on the leg side. Ends up going into the offside, can't get a run. Again, a swing and a miss from Basant. Doesn't need to do anything rash here. Just needs to play the situation. Keep doing as he was doing before. Doesn't want to give the presentation boys a sniff. Short and pull away. Not gonna get to the boundary. Picked up just inside. 2 runs taken. So at the end of 36, it's 189 for 5. So just 12 more needed for Vishnu Boys Hindu College. Brendan Boodoo back into the attack. This one maybe well and truly done for Presentation College. Here's Brendan Boodoo. Driven away. Brendan Boodoo, 3.1 overs, 1 maiden, 14 runs, no wickets. Down the track. Covering all the spin there is Rambaran. 76 from 63. Allows this one to go by. Again down the track. Again he's able to cover any spin. Maiden over from Brendan Boodoo. Scores remain at 188 for 5 after 37. Brendan Boodoo with 84 for Presentation College. Real good all-round cricketer, Brendan Boodoo. Represented Trinidad and Tobago at under 15, under 17 level. Ishmael Ali also for the Vishnu Boys with 5 wickets. 5 for 34 from his 10 overs. Off spinner. He too represented TNT under 17s. Just the 1 over for Mohammed. He's withdrawn and Agard is back into the attack. turned away. Just one. Again, good from Basant. 28 from 32. Gets brilliant Rambaran back on strike. 76 from 67. 189 for 5. Oh, good delivery. He got a Yorker length delivery. Well dug out by Rambaran. Good time to say welcome back to Visham Lalman.
Good afternoon, Kadir. Good afternoon to all the viewers again. Seeing that Vishnu Boys Hindu College are in prime position to emerge victors here this afternoon at Union Hall Recreation Ground.
Yeah, well and truly in the driver's seat now, the Vishnu Boys Hindu College. He got wants a change in the field. He's asking the third man to come and factor. Let's come up to a short third man now. Dot delivery to end off the 38 over. At the end of it, 190 for 5.
Here Rambaran going along nicely on 77. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to get to that century. But what would be more vital that he brings home the game for Vishnu Boys. They have now brought back in the wily customer, wily leg spinner in the form of Brendan Buru. There's a couple of the guys from Vishnu Boys Hindu College. Looks a bit sleepy. It's that kind of afternoon. And here's Buru. Using his feet this time is Rambaran, and that's 6. That's a huge hit from Andrew Rambaran. Welcome back, Brendan Buru. That one went all the way onto the 10th of the Vishnu Boys unit. Five more to win. I'm assuming that Rambaran is going to finish this in a flurry. There's been a captain's knock from Andrew Rambaran. One more added to the tally. Brings Bassant on strike. It's 4 from 67. Another walk in the park here for Vishnu boys. Final delivery of the over done. It's 197 for the loss of 5. Knocks of Ramdullah 36, 28 to Basant and 84 to Andrew Rambaran. Jason Agard, the man coming back into the attack, but it's all done and dusted here for Presentation College. Solid in defense is Andrew Rambaran. Sam Rambaran thumps Agard all the way for 6. Game done and dusted. Vishnu boys has emerged victors here over Presentation College in the second round of the Secondary Schools Cricket League at Union Hall Recreation Ground. Andrew Rambaran 90 of 77 and also had a wicket in the first innings as well. So congratulations to Vishnu boys Hindu College on their victory over Presentation College San Fernando today. It was an excellent effort from both teams. We saw some good knocks and some good bowling as well from both units. We saw Brendan Buru in the first innings 84 and now Andrew Rambaran 90. So again, congratulations to Vishnu boys and wishing both teams all the best in as we move forward in the Secondary Schools Cricket League. On behalf of the entire team here at Cricket 360 and 360 TV, we say goodbye for now. Have a great Friday evening and a great weekend ahead. I am Fisham Lalman signing out.